Greetings, fellow biological organisms. I think we're ready. That was fun. I forgot to mute the tab that I monitor the channel on. Yeah, fun stuff. Okay, today, going to open 75 boxes. Should I have bought 75 boxes? Probably not. It was irresponsible. You know, that'd be like one really good meal or, better nutrition over, extended amount of time. It just, there are better ways to spend $100. On the other hand, if you're going to spend money in World of Tanks, this is arguably the best way to do it. What I was thinking was, okay, if I spend money on more boxes, and then a tank that I have forgotten that I absolutely had to have comes up in the advent calendar, then that money that I had for World of Tanks would already be spent. But with most of the items that are on the advent calendar, and later on in the black market, I can't remember what time of year that comes out, if it's February or March. It's worth looking up. Comment below. But so whatever comes up on the advent calendar, there will likely be an opportunity to buy it for gold, which I'll be getting some gold. I'll be getting a lot of gold from the boxes that I buy. And since I'm buying 75 boxes, let's see, be 18,750 just for the guaranteed 250 per box. And then we'll be getting randomly more gold on top of that. And then we're getting enough boxes that we're likely to have some duplicate tanks, which will pay us gold as well. All right, so I've got another spreadsheet set up. How can I show that to you? Probably the easiest way would be... Oh, actually, I forgot that I made arrangements. Well, let's try it this way. So I made arrangements, and we can put it right here. But we won't be looking at that for the most part. So basically, I took what I did for the opening 25 boxes video that I made specifically for YouTube, but it's also here on Twitch. And I extended it so that we would be calculating 75 boxes. So I'm going to be tracking the reward from each box as we go, and then we can kind of review at the end what it was worth. One thing I didn't mention during the 25 box opening evaluation is that the more gold you buy, the more discount you get, but there are diminishing returns on that. The rate of, instead of estimating, why don't I actually look it up? Get boxes, premium shop. I think I already had that open somewhere. I have so many tabs. And gold. And we'll go with any amount. I like that intro music. I wish I could take credit for it. I just found it. Let's see. That's not what I want. There it is. So if you buy the maximum goal, 25,000, that's $112. So and what do we do? Do we divide the gold per dollars or dollars per gold? Not good at math. Well, let's just try dividing this by this. Oops. This divided by that. And what do we get? I don't think that tells us what we want to know. Does that tell us that we get 0.004 gold? I don't think so. Let's try doing that the other way around. This, or is that what I did? That is what I did. So we get 249 gold per dollar. Is that right? Yeah, I think that's right, because if you get, oops, the smallest amount you can get is 500, and that's $3. Wow, I'm in over my head, and since I'm on camera, I feel the pressure, and I'm not quite figuring it out right. So with this, you get watch me squirm. And that was 500. Nope. Well, 1/3 of this. So we get like $1, or we get 166 gold per dollar. Yeah, I am just flailing. So yeah, this comes out to $1.68. No, we get 160. All right, so we get 168 gold per dollar with this, whereas when we're at 100, when we buy $100 worth, we get 249 gold per dollar. But if we go with, like, what would it be? Let's just say $90, or we can't do it that way. Let's do it this way. If we get 20, I did it again. Clicked on the wrong thing. If we get 22,000, that's 89.25. So if we put 89.25, and how much did we get? 22,000. And we divide this by this, then we're getting 246 gold per dollar. So the closer you get to the maximum, this might have been worth taking the time to set up a chart to show that the more you buy, when it's less than $50, the more you buy, the bigger bonus you get from buying the gold. And then that's the wrong thing. And then if we go like what, 15,000, that's 63. Uh, 0.25, and again so even there we're getting 237. So the bonus that we're getting for buying more gold kind of diminishes. So in a way, the less money you spend, the better your bonus is. But if you try to spend small amounts sequentially, you're not getting as good an overall bonus because you're not getting the discount on the boxes. All right, I hope that made sense. did that again. All right, well, I don't need that for now. But I do need to see what's happening over here, just in case someone shows up. Do you hear static? I hear static. All right, so we've got the boxes. Anything else we need to talk about before we go? So we've got an 85 point something % chance of getting gold, premium days, or credits. And in my experience, for the most part, I did have a little bit of an anomaly last year. You're more likely to get the minimum amount of gold, credits, or premium days, if that is indeed what you get, something from that category. There's a 2.4% chance of getting a tier 8 tank, and I got lucky and got one on my 4th box when I did 25 boxes. No, I don't want to click on that yet because it'll activate the choo-choo train. So I think I have like 29 boxes until my next guaranteed tier 8. So I'm likely to get 2 tier 8 tanks today. Something crazy may happen. We'll see. I'm also interested in filling out my collections. So I have most of the magic already done, and with 2 duplicators I can finish the magic. But looking at, I thought there was a way to look at all of them. Maybe it's here. No, here it is. Can you see that? Yeah, we've got 31 of the Christmas, 30 of the, wait, this is Christmas, isn't it? No, this is traditional Christmas. Almost finished with the magic, and 30 of the Lunar New Year. So I was thinking, which of these do I want most? I don't really like the camos that they have this year, other than, hey, free camo. I like that. This one's kind of kitschy. This one's kind of fun. So I decided to go with the Christmas collection, because that's, of the 4 or 3 remaining camouflages, that's the one I was least disliked. But then I may also want to, I can't remember how we'll see soon enough, how you access the older collections. I don't know if you have to finish one collection for this year. I think that's it, and then you can start working on collections from previous years. So I may want to do that as well. And with the shards that we get from duplicates from the Christmas boxes, 75 boxes, 70 decorations. So even with the best of luck, we'll still have 5 duplicates, and we'll get a lot more than that, I'm sure. And lucky me, since I bought boxes early, I was able to take advantage of the mistake they made on the web page, and I got a bunch of extra anti-duplicator charges because of that error they had saying that you get a non-duplicate ornament. All right, I don't think anyone's here yet. No, nobody's here, but we're going to go ahead and get started on the boxes. Anything else we want to do? As usual, we want to check on and thank the people that have either followed or subscribed Oh, and I did want to show that this is from a small box. You can get training manuals from the small boxes. I'm only sure of one, the one that I took this screenshot of, but it says you can get them, and I believe it now. I've seen it for myself, and unless you think I'm just the cleverest of Photoshoppers out to trick you, then you've seen it as well. So, don't have anyone new that wasn't on the last show. Thanks again to For Free for subscribing. He's the clan leader of the clan I associate with the most. More than even the one I'm in. The one I'm in is pretty inactive, but we've got a lot of resources, and we've built up our... So it's... and I'm a loner anyway, so it's just convenient for me to get the benefits of clan without the responsibilities. So I like that. Uberdork subscribed on YouTube. I think that was last week. That was 3 days ago. And For Free subscribed or followed on Twitch 2 days ago. And another shout out for free. You can check out his Twitch channel, twitch.tv/for free_, single underscore after for free. I think we've delayed long enough. Let's get with the box opening. I think I clicked the wrong thing. I think I clicked purchase. All right, here we go. So, oh, it didn't activate the choo-choo train. I'm over it. 75 Christmas boxes, one small box, but I don't have enough stamps to send parcels, so I want to keep... I hate losing track. I got an itch in my nose, sorry. I hate losing track of who I owe a parcel to, so I don't want to open any more parcels until I take care of the people that have taken care of me. All right, we got an M15. What is that? That's the Tier 3. I'm not happy to get it, but I guess we'll be playing that today. That was also a little bit slow, but we get the credits. All my kids are home and awake, which means that the demands on my internet connection are pretty... they're increased. All right, so we got an additional 250 gold. If you only get 2 things, then you know you're getting additional gold. Oh crap, I haven't been keeping track. Santa hat and the M485. How many boxes do we have? 71. So that was the 4th one. All right, 4th box. And M4. Oh yeah, I'm going to need to look up and see what those are value-wise as well. M4-85. Do you think it's any good? All right, we'll drop down to the bottom here. Where's the compensation? Compensation. All right, so the M485 is 1,500 worth of gold. What was the other one we got? It was... there's the M15, right? Pz.Kpfw M15. Pretty sure that's it. And I want to say that was the second tank, or the second opening. We got 500 gold on the last box. So 250 bonus gold. And then we got credits on the first one. I don't remember if it was 100,000 or 500,000, so I'm just going to say 100,000 because that seems more likely. Okay. And of course you get the garage slots with those tanks, and then the M15 is worth 850 gold. All right, next box. Hopefully I remembered that correctly. I already got that one. Oh, 1250. So we got 1,000 gold. I'm surprised to see that. All right, bonus go. Oh, I put that in the wrong spot too. So this is box 5, 1,000 gold. Next. Ooh, that's cute. There's 100,000 credits. 1 day of premium. I think I already had that telephone. Well, it'll say new if it's a new decoration. So I had definitely had that one before. That's cute. And another day of premium. But apparently I already had it. I like the little pat. So we got a skin, a 3D style. I'm hearing a lot of static. I hope that's just in the headphones. 3D style for the WZ-111 Mod 5A. I have that tank, so that'll be fun. Does it have a name? The Last Dragon. Very Gordy. All right, so we got 500,000 and a skin. And 3D style 1. I think I'll put the name of the tank. And then, hey, I got a skin for a tank I actually have. I kind of want the one that's for the FV 40-05. Was that 250? No, it's not. 100,000 gold. And then I've got that police box again, or telephone box again. All right, 500 extra gold. And a new garland. Is it Judy? We got a skin. What would have been cool if they put a snorkel on this. I guess if it's an American tank, it's a snorkel, not a schnorkel. I can't rotate. I don't even have this tank, I don't think. And this tank needs to be buffed by all accounts. Hopefully this doesn't, this machine gun turret up here doesn't increase your ability to be spotted, you know, from behind a ridge. And I'm pretty sure it's not part of the hitbox, but it has like this extra exhaust up here to keep the exhaust above the water. Does this tank float? I don't think it does. It's got the extra propeller right here. Let's go fishing. So it's a good looking style. I like it. Yeah, I was in the right place. And how do I get out of here? Back. Oh, it's called the Salamander. So we got the Pz.Kpfw and the Salamander. So that's not a duplicate tank. My brain's giving out on me. Pz.35, which is the Pz.Kpfw 35R. And that is probably worth 850. No, 500 gold. Whew. Well, if we get duplicates, right? Put those actually where they belong. Put them in the wrong row. Okay, yeah, ready to go. I have the tier 9, I don't have the tier 10 light tank yet. Day of premium. So each day we've gotten a premium day. It's been one. Each time we've gotten gold, it's been a different amount, and then we've gotten the 500,000 credits at least once, and we're only on box 13. Windmill and 500,000 credits. I'd rather have the gold, but 500,000 credits. Because you can buy credits with gold at 400 credits per gold, but you can't buy gold with credits. So I'd rather have the gold than if I were just desperate and didn't have the time or wherewithal to. It's actually pretty. I don't. Then I could just buy credits. That was one premium day, right? Yeah. Another premium day. And I have 44 days of premium left. So it seems like what's basically happening, I'm assuming there will be more battle passes, and the battle passes for me have been a good deal. I've been able to complete them. I like the rewards, and they have kept me flush with the 250 gold on that one. They've kept me flush with premium days, so that's why I have premium days, is from the from buying the premium battle pass. All right, 3 days of premium. Happy to not get the minimum. Again, I'd rather have the gold or start getting duplicate tanks. Another day of premium, and we're guaranteed a tier 10 in 10 more boxes. Sorry, was that one day? Tactical barbecue grill. I like the one that's a rocket engine that's cooking the falafel. Leg of mutton, whatever it is. Rheingold. 100,000 credits. Ooh, it started to slow down. I got my hopes up. 1 day of premium. Yeah, this ornament here, decoration, was not positioned up here by the corner of the box, so I knew something was different, and it should have registered quicker. Oh, I'm getting 2 things, which means I'm getting extra gold. That's what I asked for, even if it is the minimum amount. Every gambler wants that big score, right? Premium days at this point are the least useful thing to me, since I will probably continue to buy battle passes, and if they have been like they have been in the past, that will keep me in premium days. Now we got the Matilda LVT. And that's worth 1,200 gold. That's what they want you to think. Let's see. That'll be here. And what'd I say? 1,200. That windmill looks kind of nice. I think that's the an eating location. Gazebo, yeah. Some of the gazebos have been nice. I still like the blimp the best. Premium day. KV1 shielded. Let's see, KV1 shielded, that's worth 1,500 gold. Or so So they would have you believe. I'd like to see some duplicates on that. And it's a tank that that normally I wouldn't even play, but my plan today is that we will play, after we open all the boxes, we will play the tanks that we get today, and maybe even the Tornvang. All right, we're 2 away from that guaranteed tier 8. And I don't know if you can get duplicates on the tier 8s before you get the first one. All right. Oh. Okay, so we got a duplicate on the Pz.Kpfw. So I'm going to put dupe, because I think the way I... No, I did not do that right. And what did it say it was? 500 gold? All right, so I don't hate that. Next. Uh-oh. Oh, this is the guaranteed one? Maybe? A vehicle has arrived. Looks kind of like the Caliban, or is it just my imagination? Oh, it's the Yo tank. I have to admit, I'm not really in love with any of the premiums except the Czechoslovakian. Alright, so we got the Yo tank. And I guess if you can manage to keep your weak spot, this cupola, moving or somehow protected, that it's pretty good, although I believe below the gun is also a weak spot. So it's like you might want to raise your gun to try to protect your cupola, but then you just open up another weak spot right there. Am I mistaken about that? I don't think so. Boom. What a twist. Okay, so that's the MIVY tier 8. And that has a manufacturer's suggested retail value of 9,500 gold. And now we have 46 boxes left. And we're guaranteed another tier 8 within 50 boxes. Does that mean that I'm going to have to buy perhaps another... Oh, wow. 6 boxes. Might be cheaper to get the 11. I don't know. So I might have to buy... If I get close enough, then it's like, if you know you're guaranteed that tier 8 tank, if you just buy 3 or 4 or 5 more boxes, aren't you going to do it? That's how they get you. All right, so I did get that down, right? Yeah, so let's open a box. Says there's, oops, I canceled the sound. It says there's 40, yeah, that's, 100,000 credits. Not spectacular. This is Rheingold, but it's new. Oh, it's new because there's the right side and the left side. So this was the Pz.Kpfw. Where does we? So that was in our second box. And actually, I'm just going to put dupe. If I can type. For, was it 500? 850? Yeah, 850. And a non-duplicate decoration. That'll help. This actually looks good on the tree, with the variety of colors. Premium day. I prefer the credits to the premium days. 43 boxes left. An extra 250 gold. Which I like even more than the 100,000 credits. A repeat of the M15. So, if you're buying more boxes, this is kind of what I suggested in the previous video. If you're buying more boxes, you're more likely to get more of these duplicate lower tier tanks, which will convert them into gold. So while you might not want the tanks, 500 gold, 850 gold is pretty good. And you get the garage slots, which are worth 250 gold, although I've got, I think it's 46 spare garage slots right now. I did jot that down. Yeah, all right, let's move on. Day of premium. He said with the least amount of fanfare possible. All right, repeat of the Pz.Kpfw. And that one I believe is worth 500. Yeah, 500 gold. And that's what it says right here too. Three days of premium. $100,000 credits. $100,000 credits. And we've gotten all of the low tier tanks, right? Yeah, we've gotten all of the low tier tanks. So if any more of them show up, they will be duplicates. And with 35 boxes left, we should get at least 3 more. Statistically speaking. Just can't trust those statistics. Lies, lies, and damn statistics. It was a cute snowman decoration. 500,000. Better than 100,000. Another Pz.M15. And those are 850, right? How many of those have we gotten? 1, 2, 3, plus the original. So we've gotten 850 gold 3 times on top of the actual tank, in addition to the actual tank. Premium day. Should we have the sad trombone noise play every time there's a premium day? Wah, wah, wah. Okay, that's not the same effect. All right, 1,000 gold. Excellent. Force awakened, or awakened force. You trying to get us sued? All right, 1,000 gold. Okay, I am happy about that. I might have that poker face, but but I am indeed feeling the joy. Trust me when I tell you I'm very happy about this. Premium day. So, yeah, we've gotten over 2 weeks of premium day so far, I believe. Right about 2 weeks. 100,000, better than a premium day. If you're not gonna get the battle passes, then you might as well get your premium days here, right? Although you're not gonna, what's 100,000? You're not going to get enough to hold you that long. Like, what is this? I said like approximately 2 weeks so far, 2 weeks worth. Whereas if you're a regular player and you get the battle pass, you'll have premium days through your current play of the battle pass and probably up until the next battle pass. We don't have a current battle pass because we have this instead, and I guess they don't want them to compete. So there will be some time, but still, I had, if I hadn't opened the previous 25 boxes, I would still have about 30 days. So that might not be enough to carry me to the next battle pass. We don't know when the next battle pass is going to be. It's probably going to be mid to late January, but it might even be in March. Speaking of rumors, that was weird. That had like a gold dust instead of a blue dust. Most of them have had blue dust. Have you noticed that? I don't know if that's random or if that's like an indication that I'm getting gold. All right. Not quite as happy as I was when I got the 1,000 gold. But 250 gold, that's good. That's good. If you're going to get the minimum amount, it might as well be in gold. Premium day. As opposed to premium day. There's a rumor that the last day... Oh, it's a skin for the... Is it the Rocinante? Or... No, it's the... whatever the tier 10 Italian heavy is. Is it the Rocinante? No, that's... That's the horse. It is Rinoceronte. Rocinante is the Man of La Mancha's horse. I can't think of his name. Don Quixote. Don Quixote. His horse is Rocinante. And then, of course, the spaceship Rocinante in the Hemispheres. Rush. Rock opera. So, I don't have this tank. This does look good. I guess now I got to get it. Although, I don't know, this or the Lewandowski, what should be the bigger priority? I do like the autoloaders on these, but... And it's a good-looking tank. But do we play tanks for their looks? We do not. All right, 3 days of premium. And... This is the this column is the 3D style. And I don't know how to spell rinoceronte. Rhinoceronte, because it's named after, it's a rhinoceros, right? Rhinoceronte. All right, I think I got it. And 3 days of premium. It's a good-looking skin. I wish I had gotten the skin for the tier 10 Swedish tank destroyer. Are you seeing a black screen? That's what I'm seeing. So I don't know what I just got. What if I hit escape? All right. We have 23 left. That means that we did 75, 76, 77. No, 57. That's not right either. 52. We've done 52. All right, so I don't have the results for number 52. Let's back out of here and check. So it looks, maybe I got a premium day. Added 250 gold, which is the minimum amount, and 1 day of premium, and Garland Fair. All right, so we got 1 day of premium. Big surprise. And ouvre. Aloha Mora. All right, we got a lot of space here. So we got another M15 for 850 gold. Duplicate low-tier tanks, all part of my master plan. And strangely enough, we keep getting the M15 instead of the M35, so we're getting the extra 300 gold, 350 gold, which is kind of nice. Yeah, 850 is better than 500. Clearly. Was that 7 days? That was 7 days. That's the first time we've gotten 7 days this opening cycle. 21 boxes left, which means 24, 25 until our next guaranteed tier 8. Way too many premium days, guys. I want tanks. I want gold. Or 500,000 credits. 1,000 gold. Or a tier 8 tank. Tier 8 tank would be good too. Okay, that's blue, but it's wide. So it's like it's listening to me. The M22 or 122. Oh, it's the Caliban. This is a meme tank as far as I'm concerned. I haven't played it yet, but you don't want to go off on your own because you have a super long reload. You've got a low chance of penetration, but you've got a big HE alpha damage. If you can catch someone in the side, in the rear, or if you hit something thinly armored, a weak spot, you're just going to do rolling on the floor laughing amounts of damage. But not the best armor. It's got some armor, but it's not the best armor. I don't think you want to side scrape in this. But if you stay with a little tank platoon that has a higher rate of fire, that has good armor, then you can supplement them. That's my take on it. That's how I think this tank should be played. We might try a variety of play styles, although there's only so many hours in the day, and the reload. Anyway, I'm happy to get it. It's going to be interesting, and it'll be fun to share. So Caliban, tier 8 tank, and that is estimated to be 9,450 gold. So now I've gotten the Tornwagen. Yeah, that's why I can't move to Sweden. Gotten the Tornwagen. We got the Yo tank earlier. Got the Caliban. I suspected I would get 2 tier 8 tanks today, and we have done that. We've got enough boxes left. It's not entirely unlikely. 2.4% chance. You could argue there's a 50-50 chance that we'll get another Tier 8 tank. But how random is random? You never know. And I don't believe in luck. I believe luck is a way to describe what has happened, not a way to predict what will happen. Did I write that down? I did write that down. All right. And that was the KV-1 shielded. All right, that's a nice chunk of gold. So we're going to put in dupe. Dupe. And again, that it shows right here. Yeah, 1500. I don't need to check the website. I just need to check the game client. All right, and 2 tanks in a row. Premium day. And even though I don't have the 40-05, I do want that skin. That would be enough to make me grind for it. Because it's so funny, ridiculous. It looks good, but it's comical. So we got gold dust that time, but we got 1 day of premium. Again? Alright, 16 boxes left. Feel a certain amount of sadness as we reach the end. Another M15. And that one's 850, right? Yes. Ice cream cones. So we got a gold dust that time. And we got 250 extra gold. I like that. Let's see. If we chant Tier 8 tank, Tier 8 tank, Tier 8 tank, Tier 8 tank, we'll Tier 8 tank. Come on, Tier 8 tank, Tier 8 tank. Gold dust. 100,000 credits. All right. It happened once. It's probably just randomness. All right, another Tier 8 tank. Come on, Tier 8 tank. I do want the Czechoslovakian Tier 8 tank. I was kind of hoping I would get it, but it seems a little unlikely at this point. 3 days of premium. All right, Tier 8 tank. Tier 8 tank. 500 gold. Don't hate that. Oh, let's go down. There we go. 11 to go. Which would cost you $20. 500 gold. Don't hate it. Don't hate it. Okay, let's get that Tier 8 tank. Tier 8 tank. Tier 8 tank. We've got gold dust, 100,000 credits. I think the color's just random. And 9 boxes to go. Did I mention Tier 8 tank? 7 days of premium. Alright, so we got about a month of premium, I would say. Maybe a little more. Another premium day. Dead blasted. Alright, let's have a Tier 8 tank. Tier 8 tank. 100,000 credits. It's better than Prim days. Prim makes me want to play Fallout New Vegas. Anyway, let's have a Tier 8 tank. You can get us a Tier 8 tank, can't you? Day of premium. And 4 boxes. 5 boxes. Yeah, that was the 70th box. All right, let's get a Tier 8 tank. $100,000 credits. This one's going to be the Tier 8 tank, right? $250 gold. Better than a premium day in the eye. All right, tier 8 tank. Tier 8 tank. 1,000 gold. That adds up. That's the second time we've gotten 1,000 gold. Third time we've gotten 1,000 gold. You'd think it'd make a bigger impression on me. All right, 2 boxes remaining. What's gonna happen? Tier 8 tank, right? Gotta be a tier 8 tank. It's not a tier 8 tank. Does the look on my face tell you that that was a tier 8 tank? It probably doesn't. All right, let's see. Last chance for that? That's not the last chance. We're obviously going to get more boxes if we don't get it here. But then the question is, do I spend $6 on 3 boxes? Okay, let's add that in there. 3 days of premium. Do I... Oh, that's right. It's 31 now. That's right. So I'm definitely not buying 31 more boxes. Okay. So yeah, I can't remember what point. There was a point where we... Let's see. Well, maybe if I look at... All right, we got the Yo tank on the 29th box, which meant that if we hadn't gotten the Caliban, then, which we got in the 56th box, let's go ahead and bring that up. My eyes. So, once again, where were we? Did I delete it? I think I deleted something here. Okay, so what was the last thing we got? 3 days of premium. So we got the Caliban. We got the Yo. Okay, so when we got the Yo tank at box number 29, our next guaranteed tank was 50 boxes away, which would have been like the 76th box. So I was thinking, if we didn't get that, then it would almost be a crime not to buy at least 3 more boxes, and then if they still didn't pan out, another 3 boxes. Although, let's see, that would be 6 plus 6 is 12 versus $20 for 11 boxes. I don't know what I would have chosen at that point, and thankfully I don't have to choose now. But if we hadn't gotten the Caliban in that interim, then it would have been extremely tempting to get the to buy extra boxes to reach that 50th opening guarantee. But with 31 boxes to go to the guarantee, and you did see that for the Yo tank, so that wasn't our 50th box. That was our 49th box. 29th box. What? Oh, because I had a leftover countdown from the previous boxes when I bought the 25 boxes. And I think it was I was guaranteed a tier 8 tank on the 29th box. If you're on YouTube, go ahead and rewind it, and you can verify that or correct me in the comments. But I'm pretty sure it was 29 boxes. Doesn't matter anyway. All right, let's do an evaluation. So we got 250 guaranteed gold from each box, which adds up to 18,750, which is enough to buy 2 premium tier 8 tanks. Is that about right? No. Close. Maybe. Yeah, if they're less than 10,000. I think the T56 is 10,550. And as OP as it is, that makes sense. All right. And then on top of that, bonus gold, we only got 6,250. Okay, that makes sense. Kind of. But that's like the guaranteed amount I got from the 25 boxes, coincidentally. That is a strong coincidence. So the total gold value, or no, the guaranteed gold value I got from 25 boxes was 6,250, and then that was when I opened 25 boxes, and then this 75 box opening, the bonus gold, so we got the guaranteed gold, and the bonus gold that I got was the same amount as the guaranteed gold from, I don't want to get conspiratorial here, but whoosh. What? We only got 2,900,000 credits. Which is weird, because I could have this one wrong. Let's go out of here. I don't know if it'll roll that far back. If we go to the very top. All right, so that's when I logged in. So, okay, maybe I got the M15 on the first box, and then 500,000 on the second box, 250 on the third, and the M85 on the fourth. Is that blocking for you? That is blocking for you. Okay, so going back to the top here. I'm messing it up. All right, so the first one was the M15. So we'll cut and paste this. And this should have been 500,000 here. Yep. And then 250 gold, and then the M85. M485. Okay, so that's correct. Let's bring that back up. So then going back to our total, we got 3,300,000. Compared to the 25 boxes that we got, that's only an extra million. So while credits are not why we're doing this, we got 3 times as many boxes, and we got an additional 50% credits. And then if we look at what I got with 25 boxes last year, I got we got, let's do it that way, right here in the middle, 2,900,000 credits for 25 boxes versus 3,300,000. So an extra 500,000. Random, right? It's random. 54 premium days. Oh, that to me is disappointing. That premium days were the thing I wanted least. Yeah, at least. Keeping in mind that with this number of boxes, I wanted low tier tanks so that I would get duplicates and start getting gold for them. So this is a letdown. If we look at the premium shop, all right, premium account. So 54 days, the closest they have to 54 days is 30 days, and then 90 days. So 30 days is worth $12, and 90 days is worth $33. So you could argue that 54 days is like right in the middle. So should we say that it's worth $22, $23, or should we actually calculate what it would take to buy that? So if we got, probably the thing to do would buy 30 days twice, so that would be 14, that'd be 24, 25, 18, $25.18. So if I want to convert this to a gold value, $25.18. $25.25 is worth 5,400 gold. I guess 340, 341. Okay, I bet 342 is also, yeah. So 343 brings it up to $25.01. So if we go with $53.42, or 5,342 gold, we can do this way, or we can actually look at the game client. And if we go into the store to buy gold, or not gold, but premium time, then 30 days 2 times is 5,000 gold. So depending on, where's my spreadsheet? So depending on how you want to do it, you could use cash to buy the gold. Well, you could use cash, and then it would be, I already forgot what it was. It was $24.18. Or, let's bring that back up again. Nope, that's not what I wanted. If we try to if we take this down to 24, I messed up. All right, 5,000, 23.56. So that's less than 24.18. All right, so the cheapest way to do it would be to buy 5,000 gold for $23.56, And then come into the game client and buy 30 days twice. That'll get you 60 days, which is more than your, was it 54 days? I've already forgotten. It's a lot to keep track of. Oh, I had that up the whole time, sorry. So for 5,000 gold, you can buy 60 days of premium time, which is cheaper than coming to the premium store and buying 30 days twice. 30 days, $12.59. So times 2, $24.18. So that's more expensive than the whatever it is, 23 that I've already forgotten. 5,000 gold. 23. Oh, remember when we were trying to compare amounts before? So 297 for 500 or 23.56 for 5,000. So the more you buy, the bigger discount you get, but at some point it starts dropping off, and I suspect it's around $40 or $50 in diminishing returns. So we're going to use $23.56 on the spreadsheet. Wow, that's not the right thing. That's not even the right game. What did I... There we go. Do you guys play Spellcaster University? I haven't played it in a while. I think I owe my people a video. So getting back to the spreadsheet, I already forgot what I said. 23.56. So we'll change this dollar amount, because that's the better bargain. Let's format that as money so I don't forget. Looks good. All right, so 54 days is worth, I'm going to call this 5,000 gold instead of 5,342. It just makes more sense, since if you were spending your money and you know, otherwise we're inflating the value for our overall analysis. All right, and this is, okay, so that's this number, the credits we received divided by 400. So the credits we received were worth 8,250 gold. Our total gold between our guaranteed gold and our bonus gold, or random gold, was 25,000 even. So, well, that's $100 worth right there. So, you know, minus the 12 or 18 cents. So if I wanted to buy $100 worth of gold, I would have gotten this amount. If I spent $100 on boxes, I'd get 75 boxes. And I broke even on gold. So, and that's just in the gold category. That's before we add in the credits, the premium days. I don't know how to evaluate the 3D styles, but we got 2 of them, 3 of them, and 1 of them was for a tank I have. All right, so 3D styles. Oh, no, that's not what I want to do. This is, oh, that's right. This was an auto sum. I was just putting 1 for each one, but this is going to be a 3, so because we got 3 3D styles. And I don't know how to evaluate the value on those. Maybe 5,000 gold, because if we look at, wrong thing. What are you looking at? Okay, we're in the store here. If we come up here, and that's not it. There are some 3D styles here. This is for a tier 10 tank. This is for a tier 10 tank. So arguably 5,000 gold is what these skins are worth. And I do regret not getting the one for the tier 10 Swedish tank destroyer. But I don't know that I'm going to get this. If I do, it'll be in the last days of holiday ops, when this is just about to not be offered anymore. because I really like this tank. For front lines, it's my front lines. Yeah, it's my favorite tank. Oh no, it's not, because you can't play tier 10 in front lines. But the tier 8 and tier 9 are my favorites in front lines, and I really like them for the tier 10 for random battles. I don't know if I like it more than the Japanese medium, and I tend to play this more like a flexible tank destroyer, even though it doesn't have very good alpha damage. Arguably not very good DPS. So if we were going to calculate these in, then I would say this is worth 15,000 gold. But I'm not going to include them. Yeah. Maybe I should, but I'm not going to. You can make your own evaluation as to how much you want the skins. Okay, and so I want the duplicate tanks to stand out on their gold value. And is this column anything? Okay, yeah. So I'm going to use an extra column over here and do an auto sum of these highlighted ones. So in duplicate tanks, we got 6,750 gold. And then on top of that, you could add in the value. We will add in the value of the tanks. And this should already be auto-summed here. It's not, though. All right. And this doesn't line up, so we'll do it manually. So 31,000 value in gold, and 6,750 that was realized in actual gold, and then not just, playable objects. And I think we've got, let's see, gold value, including tank, gold value before tank. So this should be an auto sum of here and here for the 3D styles if we wanted to include those. So the gold value before tanks was 38,000, and 25,000 would be $100. And then the gold value of the, I kind of want to do something separate here. Let's make this the pre-tanks and the duplicate tanks. That should not be money. So 45,000 gold value, which is not. When I was looking, when we did our 25 boxes, I did an extrapolation. What if we did 75 and we got the same thing 3 times instead of so 24,450 So we didn't even double. That's kind of weird. So our return on investment may be a little bit lower here than I was expecting, or a lot lower. Okay. So gold value including tanks. Oh, dollar value. So if we look at the... Oh, these don't line up. That's part of the problem. Boom, boom, boom. These need to go over 1. Gold value. There we go. So 31,250. And then this number is in addition. What is this doing? Okay, that makes more sense, I think. So this number, gold value before tanks, is these numbers added up, and that looks about right. And this number, gold value including tanks, okay, so this is that doesn't make any sense. This number is this number plus this number. And then how did I do this up here? So if we look at the dollar value before the tanks, so 38,250. Or actually, yeah, it'll be easier. I need to verify this. I think it's 12 or 18. And then this is going to be this minus 25,000, because you can only buy 25,000 at a time. So 13,250. $13,250 is $56.58. And then I need to check and make sure we're 25,000 is, yeah, $100.12. So 38,250 is worth, oh, let's add these up. And these are all, no, these are money. Just so we don't confuse ourselves if we're looking back on them later. That goes here. No, I did that wrong. We'll do it this way. We didn't copy the formatting, but that's fine. And the dollar value of the tanks, 31,250, which we've got a similar problem there. I can do it over here. 31,250, and then this equals that minus 25,000. This is 112. 6250 that number again. Huh. Yeah, I'm not going to make too much of that. $62.50, $28.79. Yeah, things, you're going to run into things that look like non-random numbers when you're doing random numbers. Again, format, currency. And so this equals this. And then if we add these two together, so if you add them up separately, you're getting $287 in value, but that's not what we want to do. Instead, what we want to do is look at the value before the tanks and then the value of the tanks up here, and that gives us our total gold value. So once again, we'll take this number, 69,500. I'll put it right here, right, 69,500. And then we will equals this minus 25,000. Still more than 25,000, so this will equal this minus 25,000. Okay, so these two, 100.12, and again these are going to be cash or dollar values. And then this one, 19,500. $80.08. And then sum those. All right, so theoretically we got $280.32 of value out of our $99.99 investment. So is a calculation equals M115 divided by L116. L116. It should actually be a calculation of, I've already forgotten. This, nope. This divided by this, which is our investment. So how much we received versus how much we spent. And it should not be $2.80. Oh, I messed this up. Darn it. Gold value including tanks should be this number here. Wait, 38.25, 31. No, it should be this number here. Nope. Gold value including tanks is this. Oh, so this should be this. All right, so this should be this divided by this, and 280% return on investment. Okay, so still pretty good. I didn't break 300. I didn't even break 290, which we got 245% on our 25 boxes this year. And last year, do I already have it calculated out? Yeah, this one is not as organized. So I can't come to that conclusion, and I'm not going to dig through it. But I know we did pretty well. I think we got around 250, 280% return on investment last year on our 25 boxes. 25 boxes we got earlier this month. We got a 245% return on investment, $98 value out of $40 investment. And here we got a $280 value out of 100. Oh, well, that's right, because you don't really, I remember saying that you don't really need to do the math on a $100 investment. So, definitely got my money's worth, although I got way too many premium days. I'm not happy with the number of premium days I got. If I didn't already have premium days, if I didn't already have a plan of not running out of premium days, and I've played without premium days, it's fine, especially if you're running credit boosters. But it's nice to not need to run credit boosters. And then also, if you're running credit boosters and you have premium, and you're playing premium tanks, and you're playing even mediocre like me, you will make lots of credits. A million credits an hour, not unlikely, unless you're playing long games. Yeah, if you're only playing 4 games, that might be kind of difficult if you're only playing mediocre. And what the other thing I wanted to do was calculate the non-tank values, because we did get gold from duplicate tanks. So if we add this 6,750 to this 38,250, well, let's just do it here. We will add this to this. So that's an even 45,000. Oh, I think I did that before, and I didn't know what to make of it. Yeah, that's a little odd. And then if we, oops. And if we minus 25,000 equals this, why isn't this fitting? True. For some reason, I guess maybe the column or the row's not tall enough. Equals, this is 0112, so 0111 minus 25,000. Did I really need the calculator for that? Yes, I did. Let's see. So that's $80.92. This will be 112. Again, currency. Have you fallen asleep yet? And then we add these two together. So if we don't include the playable tanks and we don't include the 3D styles, I got 181, but we do include the premium days. I got $181 in value. If we take out the premium days, that's 5,000 gold right there. So this would be actually, this would be 4,500. Where am I getting this number from? Oh, it's that plus that. Minus that. And then we do 15,000. 6325. 6325. So then it would only be $163 of value if we don't count the premium days and we don't count the tanks. So we still came out ahead there. Basically, we broke even on gold. And then on top of that, we got credits. We got premium days, which, you know, 14, another 12, 20, 24 days of premium. I would have been okay with that. This is more premium days than I'm sure that I'm going to need, unless they stop doing battle passes or the battle passes become a smaller value, a lesser value, and in which case I would probably just stop buying them. So the worst way to look at it, we still got an extra $63 in value. If we were going to buy $100 worth of gold, we got $63 worth of extra value. And then there's the tanks, and then there's the premium days, and then there's the skins. Oh, you know, I'm a little bit curious now. If we had added the skins, 39,750. So that would be this number. Got to be this number. Yeah. And then 14,750. Yeah, 6230. So that'd have been $162 value there. And that would have added up here, and this would have been 71,000, sorry. And then this 2,100 here, 21,000 would be 85.59. So it'd basically be an extra $5.50. So 285, which gets us 285. We made out okay. All right, shall we play some tanks? We're going to want to set them up before we take them out. I think we've got things where we want them. All right, that's not where I want that. I want this over here. Oh, Mr. Gunny, once again, I have managed to ignore you. How long ago was that? Well, yeah, looks like Mr. Gunny's gone now. Bing. And here we are in the garage. So, if we look at how much gold I have now, I've got 39,000 gold. I think I will just get that skin. And that'll free up a camouflage for another tank. Go ahead and purchase that. And then the Object 252U, aka the Defender, which is actually a little bit different. It's got really good armor if you're fighting tier 8 and below, but when you're fighting tier 9 and 10, your armor becomes less reliable, and you don't have preferential matchmaking, so you will see tier 10s. If you are having trouble, if you've got the money and you're having trouble with missions like the campaign missions for heavy tanks, heavy tank, some of these are going to be like, that's not one, where you need to bounce. Let's see, have a total damage blocked by your armor equal to or exceeding 3 times the hit points of your vehicle. If you got in a tier 6, 7, and 8 match, and there were only a couple of tier 10s, you could probably set up on a corner, side scraping, exposing just the rear half of your tank at the right angle, at the appropriate angle, not the right angle, the appropriate angle. You're going to bounce a lot of shots. You're going to absorb a lot in your tracks. And so if enough people are shooting at you and not penetrating, then that's going to add up pretty fast. And then cause 3,000 damage to the enemy. So when you've got lower tier enemies, it'll be hard to do that much damage, with each tank having fewer hit points. But it kind of gets you on the right track. Man, that's going to be pretty tough. If you look at... That's not what I wanted. Oh, campaigns. If you're looking at the earlier ones, was that 8 or 9? Ramming. Have total damage blocked by your armor equal to 2 times, and then only do 1,000. So, like, if you're having trouble on the... Why can't I close this? I guess I can, but I can't go straight back to the operation. If you're having trouble with the T-28 mission and you're willing to throw money at it, then something like that tank might be good. Other than that, I don't know what's the bounciest tank. The T-56 is pretty bouncy, and you don't have preferential matchmaking with that either, but you also have better damage potential, your output. So, and also the T-52 has a big alpha damage. So if something looks like a one hit, it probably is a one hit. So I don't know. I have recommended that tank before, even though I've never played it. If you want to, for whatever reason, bounce a lot, that might be a good tank to use. So what did we get today? We need to reset all of this. We are going to be doing premium tanks, because all of these are premiums, and 2 through 5 and 8. And 8. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how we're going to do this. Let's start with the lowest tier one. What was that one? It was a tier 2. It was the Kampfpanzer M85. Is that right? So, yeah, I tend not to sell these things. I don't need the garage slots. I have 69 garage slots now. Vacant garage slots. Kampfpanzer 30. Was it this one? Is this the new one? I believe it is. Let me check the website. Or I could check the Excel spreadsheet. That would be faster. We got Kampfpanzer 35R. Yeah. 35R. That's it. So we need a crew. This is a light tank, right? It is a light tank, so we need a German light tank crew. German. Ja. Unser Leittank. Let's take our crew from the Spa-Panzer, RU-251. Send them to the barracks. Wow, they're not even fully trained. Never mind. Never mind. How about the Hawk 12? Also not, well, also not fully trained. What about, well, this crew here is fully trained, and they're at least at 100%. Do I not have a better option? The Luch, and the Luch is also not quite fully trained. Apparently, I don't love my German tanks. So, I did not send them to the barracks. That's good. To the barracks with you. Alright, so let's send these guys to the barracks. Send to the barracks. It took a long time. And then 35R. Right. And we will use our... SP1C, SP1C. Oh, right here. Maybe that's... Maybe that's my SP1C crew that I had in the VK2801. These guys are better anyway, so we'll just use them. Okay, so we've got a crew in there. I have no intention on... Oh, it's too low tier, so you can't even do field mods on it. Let's slap on a silly camo. Here, this one ought to make us stand out in battle. Easier to keep track of me. Because, you know, all eyes on me, all eyes on me. I did not do that right. You can hear the buzzing of the fluorescent lights. And we're probably only going to play 1 or 2 battles in this. Equipment? You can have 1 piece of equipment? What will it be? Let's see. Spotting 317. We can go with the ventilation, which, you know, I tend to go with ventilation on everything. Turbo, not a bad idea. What's our specific power? Mobility. Specific power is 7.4. That's really bad. I think I'm going to go with the turbo. The optics would be nice. That gets us up to 348 view range. And then the turbo gets us 8.23 specific power instead of 7.74. That's not very good at all. This thing is going to chug. Either way, that's just going to be horrible. And I don't think I'm going to care too much about it. And what's our aim time? Aim time 2.63 with a rate of fire of 3.28. Maybe. It looks like for tier 2 it's got a pretty strong gun. Let's go with the optics. That might be a mistake. It feels like it's probably a mistake. Rounds, do we want to load any gold? We'll load some gold just in case. And we'll load some HE just in case. It's a waste of money, but... 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Alright, and then... I don't want to spend more than... How much are these a piece? $800 credits each versus 14 credits each. All right. I think we're ready. And look at our, these won't count because we're too low a tier. So I need 9 more criticals today and damage 16 more tanks. I guess I could have just hit battle. Let's see what happens. I really wanted that Czechoslovakian tank, but if it comes up in the... I could probably just buy it straight from the store It might not be available. But if it comes up on the advent calendar, I will buy it. It's tier 2, so this might take a while. They used to have this broken down by tiers, I think. Didn't they? And then they switched it to type. But with only 350 people on, we might be waiting a while. I might actually have to give up on this. Most likely scenario is we will actually end up fighting bots. Probably like 7 to 10 on each team, with like me to 6 or 8 players. And if there's already someone waiting in queue, then it'll go off of their elapsed time rather than ours before it just says, fine, I'll make a match for you. In the meantime, harmonica solo. Feel free to chat, because I don't mind talking with rather than at. We're almost at the 2-hour mark, and we just finished with the boxes and analysis. That took a while. Years of music theory. Whew. Not sure it paid off. I didn't think. Yeah, sometimes the minor chord just doesn't sound right. So it looks like it's mostly players. Looks like it's all players. Tier 3 cuts off there. Yeah, so it's all players. It's full teams. We even have artillery. Yeah, if that French tier 6 artillery comes up again, I gotta get that. It's so troll. I don't even know what we're gonna do yet. Let's go to the island. I always go to the island. Tier 2 and a tier 3 match. Oh yeah. Feel my speed. We are not flanking anybody in this. I should have checked out the armor. I'm not going to get a shot on this guy. Guy in this bush, looks like he may be moving. This guy's getting brave. So we did what, like 15% of his health in damage? It's not horrible. By the time I get up there, I won't have time to retreat. And I missed an opportunity shooting up there. Got people behind me. So I'll get behind the rock. Yeah, low tier games. Weird things never happen. Keep driving, and... My frame rates seem pretty slow. Whoa, 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 whoa. My turret was a little too slow to react. We've got people up here, but not where I can shoot them. Not quite. There's one. I'm going to assume he pulled further forward. My friend's getting shot from up there. Ooh, pull back a little bit. Pull back just a little bit. Like that. Oh, a little bit more. There you go. So we're kind of lucky to make that shot, but it worked as intended. And he's got cover. PZ2 did a little bit of damage to us, but we blocked more than we took. I could try moving up here to this corner. I don't feel like moving. Oh, what have we got here? We may get an opportunity to shoot something momentarily. I'm showing 100 frames per second, but it doesn't feel like 100 frames per second. Alright, what's going to happen? And... Nice. That went high. So we are penetrating. That's something. Hey, look at this guy. We should get him on the next shot. And the artillery actually hit us behind this rock. So our gun is down. Let's go ahead and... Oh, I didn't put in consumables. If I can take this guy out, that would be great. Oh, swing and a miss. Reload. All right, he's down. Wow, that is an awesome gun arc. And we're getting shot from behind as well. And here comes the gun carriage. Alright, so I still need to worry about the gun carriage. They have 5 tanks left, including the artillery. I'm taking this way too seriously. Oh my goodness. Aim, 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 aim. British artillery, right? It's pretty slow. I might have been better off shifting over to there, but I kind of doubt it. That might have saved me from Artie, but I mean, that's a pretty steep drop on those artillery rounds. So what can we say about... Oh, Cerise, that's a fun name. So what can we say about this tank? It penetrates with standard rounds pretty reliably. We've got a halfway decent crew in here, but the gun handling was a little bit weak. For the reload time, it seems... I think we were doing an appropriate amount of damage. Very slow, not agile at all. And was that with the turbo? That was with the optics. Should we play one with the turbo? Let's do that. Let's play with the turbo. I don't think it's going to help much. Hey, in 5 battles. We made 1,500? Is that straight up from... Or 15,000? I keep doing that. So, yeah, I don't think we accomplished any missions that time. Let's change from the optics. That's kind of the wrong map for optics. Let's try a turbocharger on there. Hello? I am streaming. Are you messing up my light? It's so hard to get my green screen to key out. What? Oh, you need the laptop? Okay. You don't want to show people your unkempt hair? You gonna shower with the laptop? Alright. I don't understand your logic. Survivability. So, hull armor 40, 40, and 32. And we've got 50 penetration. And 15, 15, and 15 on the armor. Love you, bye. So we didn't bounce much. I think we probably bounced about 10 to 20% of the rounds that came in at us. So the armor is not great. Of course, we were level 2. There was a lot, or tier 2. There were a lot of tier 3 tanks there. Why would you play this tank? I mean, you're not going to get enough XP for it to be a great crew trainer. In my experience, if you get in an active clan who likes to, you know, who's got a sense of humor, you know, people like to have fun as much as be serious, then sometimes people will all take out the most recent reward vehicle or you know, whatever tank you want, tier 2, whatever tank you want, tier 4, you know, and you'll have a training battle or a sync drop where, you know, everyone hits battle on the count of 3, and then hopefully you get the matchmaker puts you guys in the same match, you know, some head to head, some on the same team, and then often everyone's on the same voice comms, so you can hear what your friends on the enemy team are doing as well as they can hear what you're doing, and you're trying to coordinate. All right, well, we got top tier matchmaking. FCM36 L640, that's the Swedish, right? I think even with our increased horsepower, that we're probably going to want to go city here and not try to zoom it across the field. All right, show me that blazing speed. Double tap R. So as soon as the counter hits 0, we will just fly. Chirp the tires. All right, so this tier 1 tractor is pulling away from us. Yeah, but he doesn't have our armor. So is anyone slower? No. Even with the turbo, we are uber slow. I'm having audio problems. I should probably restart the computer. The turret seems mildly faster, but that could be my imagination. I don't have anyone shooting at me, so I don't need it to be fast right now. Alright, he's trying to side scrape this corner. I think we have ourselves a seal clubber. And connect. The other guy's getting ready to round the church. I'm gonna come back here a little bit. Because I'm expecting him to show up here any moment. Yep, there he is. Took his track off, so now I can't shoot him. He can't pull forward. Oh, connection! Pixel hunting! Going to put that pixel and mount it and put it on my wall. Oh, thank you for bumping me. That makes it so much harder for me to aim. Didn't pin. Didn't pin his, well, it was sort of his mantlet. Looks like that was his hull. Alright. I'm trying to cooperate, alright. He's going for a flanking maneuver. I'm going to pull forward. Because I'm careless. I don't think we're going to get this shot. Maybe. Oh man, with this aiming reticle, it would take a miracle. But the aiming speed coincides pretty well with the reload speed. Hello! Were you using that health? Mind if I take some of it? Oh, I was trying to get his turret, you know, in hopes of like, maybe I'll, that bounced. Maybe I'll get his... What? And I'm getting shot by my own team. Luckily, team damage is turned off. Here's a hard shot. He's got cover for his hull. He's hull down! Connected for 49. But, you know, he's only tier 1, so... Oh, we're getting circled. But I think I'm going to pull forward and work on this FCM before I turn around and work on the M2. He's already behind us. Shooting on the move! Didn't work. Alright. And... let's see if I can outflank the flanker. I'll use my blinding speed. By the time I get there, my friend will probably be dead. Do I have someone behind me? It sounded like it. Hey, as predicted. Yeah, careful going around that corner. And... alright, let's start aiming. Nope, he's going after my friend. You can see where we bounced a couple shots on the back of the turret here. Oh, because they were from friendly fire. Yeah, I am not going to work the corner. Oh, I am going to work the corner. I was going to say that I'm going to go in and help my friend as soon as possible. Oh, swing and a miss! And now he's behind us. So, I stood still and let him shoot my butt. I'm probably better off going to their base. Because my friend in the field is slowing down their remaining tank. And if we've got 2 of us, so we should be able to get there and cap out, and then I can use my fantastic armor. He's taking the long way. Might be a smart move, because we don't know where he is, so he may have retreated already, anticipating us heading to the cap circle. Now this may be where I regret taking the optics, or taking the optics off. I don't know what the camouflage is on this tank, but we can see from the green circle on the minimap that we do not have good view range. Let's pull comfortably into this snug little bush. And then we wait. And if he comes around that corner, I've got cover or concealment. If he comes around that... oh, he's dead. My butt's sticking out just a little bit, but I don't know. So, in the tier 2s and 1s, it worked out okay. That M2 player was playing really well. If the rest of my team hadn't whittled him down, then it might have been more of an issue. There at the, oh, we got a new skill. There at the end, when he was trying to circle me, the smarter move would have been to move closer to the wall so he couldn't get all the way around me, or he would have to climb over rubble in order to do it. Either way. But I was really, he was a one-shot, so I just really wanted that turret on target and aimed as much as possible, and rotating the turret, or the hull, would have upset that aiming. So what do we have here? Clutch braking. What do we want? This is on a German... he's a commander? Who is he? He's the driver. That's why he has clutch braking. So smooth ride is a little bit tempting, but I think I'm going to go with concealment since it's a light tank and you don't want your light tanks to be spotted. Alright, and that's all we're going to play of this tank. Let's send the crew to the barracks. I think the next tank is also How much did we make on that? 20,000. After expenses. Let's take the... I'm pretty sure I'm never going to play this tank again. So let's take the tank. Let's take the style off. And let's go ahead and burn... this is how you do it. Not destroy, remove, demount. And that's going to cost me 10 gold or a demounting kit, and I've got 27 of them. All right, and let's also... Oh, I need to... Oh, it already worked. And let's go ahead and empty this out in case I want to sell them later, you know, for 14 credits a piece. All right, so the next one will be the tier 3. It'll be the 15. Kampfpanzer T15. Looking at the spreadsheet. Panzerkampfwagen M15. Yeah, so that's the tier 3. We'll probably put the same crew in it. Nearly. All right, so SP1. So remember when I said it wasn't a good crew trainer? And then we had a crew member level up a perk or skill, whatever you want to call it. All right, 2801. Do we have the SP1 in here? Does the SP1... What position was that? Radio operator? So maybe the SP1 doesn't have a radio operator. It does not. Not fully trained, not fully trained. No. Not in there. That's what we're looking for. Do I really not have a radio operator that's at 100%? Come on, Luke. All right. Oh, he's not even 100%. Man, I hate to do this. Crew books, 25. All right, let's train the whole crew. This crew does not meet the requirements because they're in the wrong tank. Oh, because they're not at 100%, which is... Okay, so do I have a radio? I don't have a radio operator that is at 100%. That's where we're going. That's... I could take a radio operator that's not a light tank radio operator. I'm not sure what the penalty is on that. Barracks. In barracks and in vehicles. German radio operator. All vehicles. Let's see, this guy, 117, he's got 100% situational awareness, and he's working on Brothers in Arms. Let's see if we can, so we can't send him to the barracks from here, can we? There we go, send to barracks. And back to the garage. Man, that turned out to be more work than it was worth. And was this him? I guess I could have just used him if it weren't. Oh, this guy's 100%. He just doesn't have any perks. So if we put him in, he's at 85. So let's put this guy in who doesn't have... It's a light tank. He's at 100%. Why was I not seeing this before? 2801. Is he at 100%? Okay. I don't... I'm confused. That took way too much time. And then we'll use this guy. Let's put a skin on it. Something vulgar, maybe? Do we have the clan? Universal clan? Okay, that doesn't stand out as much as I wanted. Don't I have that one that's like celebration of some kind of anniversary event? I can't imagine I used it already. This one. Should be able to apply it to the whole tank, paint the whole tank. Here we go. And that works for... Oh! It only works for 2 seasons. So let's go back to summer. We'll take the gun off. So with 6, we can do the hull and the turret for each season. Wow, worth it. And we'll just leave the gun naked. Alright, we'll need some ammo. We have some ammo. This has less penetration than the tier 2 tank. I'm pretty sure it had 50. No, let's go ahead and... Well, while we're here. Penetration 50, yeah, so the tier 2 had better penetration than the tier 3. I don't know, but we will probably have a little better speed. Fast rate of fire. Also worse armor. But we've got a good specific power, 2612, so we should be able to accelerate. Ammo. Put in, I don't know, 4 or 5. HE. I'm only going to use these if I get frustrated. Ugh, nose is doing something. Apply. Right here. Do we want the small? Do we want a repair kit? Do we want? Yeah, just in case. And nope. Here we go. Apply. Or actually, what I should have done is taking this check mark off. So actually, they'll only disappear if I use them. And do we want to put any equipment on it? We've got 360 view range. Our rate of fire is good. Our aim time is 1.17, which is lower than our loading time. Dispersion is horrible. 0.41. So we kind of got to get close. I don't think I want to put any equipment on this. Turbo would be a little troll. Coated optics would be nice to bring that up to 396. Gun lane drive, no. Binoculars, no. You know, if you wanted to spot, then you might use binoculars. Ventilation, just for a little bit of better of everything. Yeah, because that'll improve the dispersion as well, or the dispersion at 100 meters, 0.41. So if we throw on vents, that comes down to 0.4 even. That will make all the difference in the world, won't it? Oh, Duke Smile, hello. Well, yeah, I opened 75 boxes, and so I thought I would play the tanks that we got today, which is all of the low tier tanks, also the Caliban and the Yo tank. I'm not in love with either one of those. I think the Caliban could be good for laughs. Could be a good support tank. As long as you're supporting something with a good rate of fire. And then the Yo tank is probably better than I'm giving it credit for, but it feels like the weak spot under the gun and on the cupola make it pretty vulnerable if you want to play it on the front line, you know, working your ridge lines and what have you. But other than that, it's a pretty good tank. Do I want to use another demounting kit when we're done with this? I think I do. And then I am tempted to actually, well, we already paid for the coated optics. If we put the binoculars on, it gets our view range up to 460. So if we get the right map, that could be pretty troll. I'm going to do this. Oh, man. I sent you a package, a parcel on your North American account on the first day, but you probably don't play it that much. Yeah, and I've got some more to open, but I don't have stamps right now, so I don't want to open those until I can return the favor, because I'll forget who sent me what. I already owe 2 people that I haven't sent back to. So let's take this little baby out. And, you know, well, in the last 2 games, we definitely had some other seal clubbers joining us. So, I don't know. But the tier 2, the 35, what is it, Pz.Kpfw 35R, got pretty good alpha damage. Bad gun handling, slow as hell. Armor is inadequate to whatever we were fighting. I didn't check to see if anyone was firing gold at us. But obviously what you want is that tier 2 British gun carriage that fires rounds about 300 miles into the sky and then they fall straight down on you. Which should penetrate almost every time. And once again we wait. Another harmonica solo? Probably had enough of that. Oh, in my day, yeah, we played tier 2 tanks for 3 battles and then we moved on to tier 4. I missed I think it was tier 2, it might have been tier 3. American tank destroyer, the T-18. Oh, when I needed a win, I would get in that. Had crazy frontal armor, had a crazy good gun. It could move around the battlefield with, you know, reasonable mobility. Maybe it was even better than that. I mean, I don't remember. So, we're here again, but we're going to have more acceleration this time. You think anyone notices I didn't paint my gun? So let's go out to the peninsula. And we have the binoc, so we'll go up to this rock and then we'll see if we can get some spots. Well, let's go ahead and accept that. Hiccup. Alright, can we see? Yeah, we can see. Alright. Did not pin. I'm not sure if the binoculars had time to activate it. I think they did. And this crew does not have coded our sixth sense, so again didn't pin. So we only have 40 millimeters of penetration. And yeah, I did not lead him enough. By the time I decided I was going to fire, he was already too far ahead. I don't think it's worth trying to shoot him here. Oh, there we go. And yeah, we were lucky to make that first shot. And I don't know if we can get through his frontal armor. Is this guy really? Let's load an HE. And then we'll pull back after this shot. Oh, geez, what am I doing? I was waiting for it to reload, and it reloaded. And then I wasn't ready. Hetzer? I'm not sure I can penetrate the Hetzer. Hetzer's gonna Hetz. First you gotta hit him, right? That also was high. That was too low. Lower, baby. Connected. Switching to HE. Come on, now I gotta re-aim. Oh, too high. Whoa. Alright, let's go after this guy. I thought we might have tracked him. Ah, that was a horrible shot. It's still connected, despite my bad aim. Let's blind fire here, and then see if we can help my friend over here. Ah, jeez. I'll have to expose myself in order to do it. And I don't have the gun depression. Wow, that was dedication. Or foolhardiness, whatever you want to call it. Didn't pin. There, we got a pin on that one at least. And the Hetzer's a one-shot. If I can pin him, I will actually... Okay, I was going to load gold. I think that was a gold round and it didn't pin. Should have switched to HE. No shot. Let's pull back. I'm tempted to go down to the beach and try to flank a little. Okay, binocular should activate. Although he was definitely within spotting range. Oh, look at that guy. I might need a gold round to shoot him. Whoa, someone's shooting me. Let them fire 2 or 3 more times, maybe. I don't think they're going to fire again. Do you think he has sixth sense? This is a... Whoa! Nobody... He can spot. Alright, let's go ahead and heal that driver. I don't think I can hit him from over here. And probably not a good move to come down here to shoot at him. But that won't stop me. I think I hit the rock. And I just used my repair kit. Alright, we have gold loaded. Oh, he's dead. He's dead, Jim. Switch back to regular rounds. Do we have the shot? We do not have the shot. There is no shot. And he'll be dead before we get there. And that's their team. I think we learned everything we need to know about this tank. Armor's not good. Penetration's not good. And there were some tier 4s in there, like that Matilda we were shooting at, which I think is what we're playing next. It's not impressive. It's a competent tank. But you may have to use gold in it. How did I get credit for causing damage to 20 vehicles? I thought you had to be tier 4 at least. Alright, doesn't matter. So we got 30 bonds for completing the 3rd daily mission. That's going to skew everything. Let's see, so we got bonds, postage, and 3 small boxes. But I don't think that actually affected our income. So we made 17,000, even though I don't know, I think I fired a couple of gold rounds. Whew. Not a horrible tank, but it's definitely not pay to win either. Let's go ahead and strip it. We shall remove its dignity. Alright, it's naked now. Let's get rid of that. Return to the depot. Oh, it renewed this. Son of a gun. Return that also to the depot. And then we'll blow through 2 demounting kits. I don't think the binoculars did us any good there. Alright, and then it's naked as the day it's born. And now I have a tank with 100% win rate versus the 35R 50%, because, yeah. Next tank. Let me verify that it is the Matilda. And I don't have a lot of experience with the Matilda tanks. Matilda LVT. No, I actually want to check the website to make sure I got this right. So yeah, it is the Matilda LVT. Oh, let's also get rid of this crew so that next time I'm looking for them, I don't have trouble finding them. British. And I don't know what that is. It is a medium tank. You know, I didn't check those to see if they had any options. Usually premium tanks don't, but sometimes they do. So it's a medium tank. Average damage 110, average penetration 91. So that's might be good enough. Rate of fire 12 rounds per minute, so every 5 seconds. It's got a slow gun traverse speed, 16.5 degrees per second. Good gun depression at -10. 20 elevation, aim time of 1.92, so 2-second aim time, 4-second gun load. Okay, so gun lane drive seems wrong. Dispersion is pretty bad at 0.41. Damage per minute 1377. That's almost elite. Decent hull armor, bad turret armor. So yeah, it's a British medium. Specific power 8. Oh, the heart attack. So it creeps. Top speed 24. Good luck reaching it. And it traverses at 37.55. It has decent concealment for as big and slow as it is, and then 320 view range. So what do we want to put on that? I don't even know. And we will use the same thing again. Oh, that was much easier that time. And apply and exit. So, equipment. I don't know if a turbocharger is actually going to make a difference. Oh, and you can't put vents on this? Does it have an open cockpit? That's canvas. Yeah. So, no vents. So we're not going to be able to help the gun handling with vents. Gun lane drive, no. Improved hardening. Maybe. It moves so slowly that getting tracked could be a problem. So that might be good. Turbocharger, definitely. I'm going to put it in the 3rd slot, though. What's our view range again? 320. I don't know. I think I will put the improved hardening on. Turbocharger, improved hardening. Grousers, maybe. Gun lane drive, I don't think so. Binocular or optics, possibly. It seems like for binoculars, the thing what you would most want them for is if you get into the situation where you're the last person or last couple of people on your team, and you want to make sure that you see them before they find you. Exhaust system, I don't think so. With 320, even with optics, that's only going to go up to what, 352? 352, yeah. So it's an improvement, but, and again, I think the only time you would really be desperate for better vision is if you're in that standoff situation and you want to see them before they see you. So let's go ahead and put binoculars on it. And I forgot to move over, so there we go. Let's apply that. Oh, goodness. I could have used those credits to get a tier 10, but... All right, what else do we need? Ammo. All right, we're doing 110 with 91 penetration versus 175 with 38 penetration. And then 144 penetration. Yeah, we might want to use these HE rounds, but let's get a couple of these APCR just in case we get frustrated. All right, and the level of play here is going to be serious enough that we're going to want to make sure we take our consumables. And what's the point of having a fire extinguisher if it's not automatic? Could have used the tea and pudding now that I think about it. Tea and pudding plus 10% to all crew skills. So that would be instead of using vents, we could use this, but you'd have to replenish it every round. And at 20,000 credits per round. Oof. I am tempted to take it instead of the fire extinguisher. But it'll only improve our dispersion, 0.1, our aim time and load time a little bit, as well as our view range. Let's do that. Yeah, instead of the fire extinguisher, let's see if we regret this. Since I already have 64 of these in the depot, let's use the pudding and tea instead of the fire extinguisher. And so, oh, our dispersion is now 0.39, so that's nice. Our view range is 417 instead of, what was it, 400 even, I think? Yeah, it was 400. I remember it was 400 even. Aim time is 0.1 better. And I'm not sure about our load speed. It's pretty similar. We've got a pretty quick reload. And I think we're ready. Let's get into the... It's not... Oh, I don't have a crew. Well, who needs a crew? He's at least 100%. If we take a look at our British mediums... Oh, let's take our Cromwell B crew. I think that's my best British crew. So send them to the barracks. They might actually be my Comet crew, now that I think about it. And Matilda LVT. Crom B, all right. Oh, this is slow. And now that I think about it, I should have... Those previous tanks, instead of sending them to the barracks when I was done and leaving them there, I should have sent them to... let's go ahead and just hit accelerate crew training, because I'm not going to get field mods on this tank. And let's hit battle. I think we're ready. Yeah. So I only have so many bunks in my barracks, and if I just keep throwing people into the barracks, then it's going to get full. I'm not going to be able to do that anymore. After this will be the KV-1 shielded, and I'm probably the wrong person to play that tank. I'm not much of a heavy tank guy. All right. Looks good there. All right, get comfy. Maybe I should fire up my Pokemon Go while we wait. Would you like to hear a reading from a book by Kirk Douglas? This could be edifying. Ruck. A mass, a throng, a crowd, a group of horses left behind in a race, or people who are not distinguishable as opposed to their leaders. Ruck. Which, you know, ruck I've only heard used as rucksack. So we're starting in the south. It's an encounter battle. It's a tier 6. We're tier 4. What are we going to do? I guess we're going to go towards the middle. Ruck is a word I've only heard in use with rucksack. So how that applies, I'm not quite sure. I have a feeling we're going to be using mostly HE this round. I'm going to try something here. I think it's actually my ears. I don't think I have enough horsepower to push this AT8. And I should have checked to see what the... Oh, it has a weak turret. We did look at the armor. It has a weak turret, so... Poking ridge lines... probably not in my best interest. But I mean, it's like... Alright, so we have... bad dispersion values. We're slow. We don't have good armor, especially not turret armor. So how can we be of use to the team? If we try to snipe, we're going to miss. We're not going to be flanking. We've got the binoculars, but we're not going to do much in the way of spotting. Probably. That'd be funny if that ends up being our biggest contribution. He's behind the mound. He's also... oh, he's not. Line fire? It was a hit. It was a critical hit. No damage. Even though we can't see him, our team still can. Oh, he's behind the rock now. Or is there a berm there? I thought there was... I guess there's a berm there. I can't quite make out. What do we got here? And he's too far down over that horizon. No shot and no shot. This guy is new. So we got a square side shot, and we did not... at least we hit him, but we did not penetrate with either of those rounds. I think that last one skimmed over the top of him. What do we got here? Oh, I thought he was closer than that. He's got cover. Yes, he do. He's got cover. How about you? So they're not pushing on him for some reason. Tells me there's probably tank destroyers back here, keeping them at bay. Slowly I turned, inch by inch, step by step. Right, the door should be right about there. Oh no, it's over there. So, and that's a tier 6 tank, but he doesn't have great armor. He's got the 4-round autoloader. Or is that the tech tree version? I don't know. Well, I can contribute to the cap, but I'm trying to feature how the tank plays rather than just win. Yeah, so suddenly I'm that guy. I spotted a Stug? I don't think we're going to get any shots over here. I don't remember spotting that guy, and I just spotted an AT Valentine right there, who's about to shoot us, probably. Turn, turret, turn! I don't think I'm going to get a shot on him here. Oh, and we'll just wait for that turret to come around. And even with my 10 degrees of gun depression, a little bit of a hard time getting that in position there. Oh, I totally should have loaded an HE round. Oh, bad play, bad play. Alright, he's going to the other side of the rock, probably. Gonna load an HE. And we've got a team member blocking the cap. Let's see if we can do this again. So we're not spotting him. If I come around here, then I'll be vulnerable to anyone shooting at me from over there. So, as much as I'd like to show off the tank, I think we would just be showing it off from the garage. Alright, the AT is moving in. So, again, if I go after him, I'm going to be vulnerable to shots from down there. Oh, that gun depression is nice. And boom. Nice big hit with the HE round. And I thought that would have reset his cap progress, but I guess the M4A1 was the first tank there. Oh, gun depression. There we go. So that reset him. I should have gone for the AT, because I'm more likely to take him out. And quick reload. Alright, that was an HE round. And let's switch to... This is also be an HE, but the next one will be AP. Were you really trying to flank him? And then I blocked my T-67 shot, you know, because we are a good team. We work well together. There's 4 tanks remaining. There's a Stug, an SAU. So if I were playing to win, I would definitely continue on the cap. I don't know where the SAU is. He hasn't been spotted yet. But the way the heavy tanks are acting, they're getting shot by a lot over from the B8 area. So I'm going to assume that they're over there. Oh, what do we have here? Oh, he's on the other side of the hill. So he's trying to reset the cap. He is playing to win. Gotta like a player who plays to win. And remember, we have the binoculars. So if we come up to about here and let those activate, that'll go out to the max. Oh, not quite the maximum distance, but we didn't spot anybody. Oh no! Did I end up losing it for my team? Now I've got to go back. This is where the speed really comes in handy. Thankfully I have 4 minutes. Or 2 minutes if the other one gets in the circle. I'm tempted to turn around and snipe where these guys are scouting. Alright, let's switch to HE. He's going to be... Oh, I was going to say he's going to... Oh, what do we got here? That was an HE round. He's going to die. Alright, we're switching to... Oh. Oh, and he just made it. He just crested the hill. We've still got a fair chance to win this. So the standard rounds did not pin the side of the... What was that? A heavy tank number 6, so it's kind of like a tier 6 Tiger. And I don't know if it was that the shot just hit a bad spot, or if it just doesn't have enough penetration. I would think. We'll look at it back in the garage. Now, do we want to wait for the end of this? I don't think we do. But I've got to wait for the end to take the crew out anyway. So if we look at the gun penetration, if I'm not mistaken, the HT6 is a Tier 6 Japanese premium tank. So our gun penetration, 91. So I must have hit the tracks or a bad angle. Again, it could have gone to the outer edge of the dispersion. Don't really know. But with 91 penetration, if we tech tree, I think it's in here, Japanese, because I think this is always available. And view. So the side of the hole is 80. So if we had any kind of angling, the side of the hole might have been enough to bounce that. You know, more than like 20 degrees. It seemed like it was fairly head on. Yeah, it looks like we received another 2 boxes. And what kind of camo is this? Oh, come on now. I want to see the camo. It doesn't say. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe we just hit the wrong spot. Maybe we weren't quite as perpendicular as I remember. But yeah, with 80 millimeters of side armor, 91 millimeters of penetration, would have to be a fairly straight on shot. Even this would probably be, this kind of angle would probably be just enough to give him a high percentage, more than 50% chance of bouncing. Anyway, all right, let's strip that tank out. I think we learned what we needed to know about it. I think I've got to go season by season. You're demoted. And let's demount all this junk. Demount. Slowly but surely. Okay, here we go. Demount that. Demount that. Demount these. And demount these. Man, it's the 20 seconds already. I'm running out of days to wrap presents. World of Tanks has an announcement on their Discord channel, server, whatever you call it. After reading through feedback regarding the correction to the article for large boxes, we've made the decision to expand the window for compensation to the server reset of the morning following the article correction. That's nice of them. I mean, because they put out the article correction, and then anyone who didn't look at the news site within the next 2, it's possible that someone looked at that, said, "Oh, non-duplicate," and then I'm going to buy them, and then a day later went ahead and bought them, even though they changed the way that worked. So, yeah, I think like a 24-hour grace period, maybe even 48 would have been okay, but I mean, they're not actually losing money by giving people anti-duplicators and extra shards. I doubt they're going to lose more than what it's, and it was only the North American server, so I doubt it's going to be more than a couple $1,000. You know, based on the idea that because they get that extra 20 whatever anti-duplicators and that extra 30,000 shards, that they decide, well, I guess I don't need to buy any more large boxes. I don't think there's going to be too many people making that decision. Maybe. But, you know, goodwill is a big part of it. Window for the compensation for large boxes is now the start of the sale, which how could it be before, until the server reset at 4 a.m. Central Time on December 10th, which I believe is the next morning. I remember it was a Thursday. Yeah, so the 9th was the start of the sale. And they figured out their problem a few hours after the start of the sale, and then they corrected it, and then they had like a 2-hour grace period for after they corrected it, and so now they're just going on to the next day. So, yeah, I guess that's fair enough. What's happening here? Nothing's happening there. Okay. And we got this all stripped out. This crew is the Cromwell B crew, so let's send them to the barracks. Access the Cromwell B. Oh, that's the Cromwell. Cromwell B seems slightly better, but very similar. And then we should probably also take a look at those German tanks. I think they were all light tanks. I guess that's just all the German tanks, isn't it? All the German light tanks, except for the tier 1s. Do I have a tier 1? Probably not. Okay, so who has an incomplete crew? The 2801 has an incomplete crew. Let's bring them back. The MIT 10.5 has an empty crew. Let's bring them back. I think I was planning on putting my standard 2801 crew in there. I don't remember what happened. And that's probably it. Who else is? Let's bring these guys back. I think these were the main guys. All right, so that should free up my bunk space. I'll take care of this later. So next is the KV-1 shielded, which is tier 5. Yeah, KV-1 shielded. Who do I want to put in there? So take that off, do this. IS-6 crew, maybe, which I think is my IS-3 crew. Seems like it's my IS-3 crew. All right, so let's send these guys to the barracks. Oh, this has a crew of 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. IS-6 has a crew of 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it looks like we'll need a radio operator, and I can grab one right there. Is he fully trained? He's not quite fully trained. So that will be a bit of a letdown. I doubt this guy's fully trained if we have one. Maybe. Oh, yeah, he's fully trained. So let's send him to the barracks. So I'd have to pull him from here, or here. He's 100% trained, it says. But I don't think he is. Yeah, he's only 90. So the commander's skill is adding in there. And send these guys to the barracks. Get into the KV-1 shielded. And And find your seat. So we're going to be using a pretty good crew. I guess the Brothers in Arms won't be working, since we'll have one crew member that doesn't have it. And everybody gotta have it, or it don't work. Yeah, he's only at 24%. And I guess I could have used a crew book to try to get him up to 100%. He came out of, what, this? And this probably won't even let me... Oh, I've got Yuri Gagarin in there. And it'll let me click on crew book. So I've got one left, which would probably be enough. No, because these guys aren't trained up enough. How do I have a radio operator that's 100% when the rest of the crew is not? I don't know, but I do. What am I doing here? He is 100% trained, and he came out of... What's he trained in? The 150. Yeah, that's where I looked. Anyway, apparently we're not going to be using a crew book. It's just too much trouble. And I can't use a crew book in the tank that they're not trained in. Yeah, crew does not meet the requirement because they're not in the tank that they're trained in. All right, so we're going to do that. Do we need camouflage in this tank? I don't think we do. But we do... Oh, before we buy anything, let's see what we've got. We've got 110 damage with 120 penetration. Not great. 15 rounds a minute, so every just under 4 minutes we can fire. And 120 penetration? That doesn't... Maybe that'll be enough. We only have 75 frontal armor ourselves. If we compare that to... This is tier 5. If we compare that to the KV1, 75 and 110. 75 and 90. So this is the shielded, but it has less turret armor. Maybe it's the armor is spaced, so it's better against HE and Hesh. I guess. I'm not sure why they call it shielded. Maybe we should read. Let's see. We're tasked with working on the shielding, the KV1 tank. The final version of drafts were renewed. The blueprints were adopted. That's more history than fact. Let's see. The front of the vehicle needed reinforcing, as did the turret and the sides of the hull. Kirov plant had already assembled 3 shielded vehicles. So it doesn't tell me enough. I mean, it looks like they put armor plates on the sides of the turret, but it has less armor than the KV1 turret. Maybe because there's more than one turret. 90, 75, 75. Versus the shielded 90, 75, 75. KV1 shielded just does not make sense to me. How is it shielded? In what way is it different? Should we do a comparison? No, I don't think we're going to spend that much time on it. But we've got a pretty good rate of fire. Dispersion. Why is this all in red? Oh, because I was missing a crew member. Starting over. Pretty good rate of fire. Not much gun depression at -5. Aim time 2.4, so that's less than our reload time. Dispersion 0.43. Oof. Okay. Our mobility specific power is 10. And I don't think we need to worry about concealment, and our view range is horrible. So what are we going to do? We're obviously going to put a turbo on it, although specific power again. So 500 engine power, specific power 10.2. If we put a turbocharger on it, that goes up to 10.97. I don't know if that's worth it. And like everything, we're going to put a vent on it. Did I not take the... Oh, this is a different size vents probably than the previous tanks that I would have used that on. The tier 2 and 3. Couldn't use it on the Matilda because it was open top. I don't think we need a rammer. Rotation mechanism, probably not. Definitely not gun lane. We could go with vision. Camo seems ridiculous. Grousers. Alright, so then we're between improved hardening and modified configuration. Faster repair speed, module durability, less of a loading speed penalty, less chance of catching on fire, and we probably have a pretty good chance of catching on fire. It's, you know, it's a Russian tank. Let's see, more hit points, suspension durability, suspension repair speed, load capacity, more hull damage caused by suspension. What? Hull damage caused by suspension damage during impact. So less hull. I think since the turbocharger is doing so little, again, with the turbocharger 10.94. Without the turbocharger 10.19. So 0.7 change in specific power. That's probably not worth having. So let's go ahead and add the modified configuration and the improved hardening. Oh my god, 500,000. Not going to worry about the exterior. I did want to see what our chance of fire is. 15%. At least it's not 20, right? So we will want to run with the automatic fire extinguisher. Combat rations, speed governor, probably not going to be that helpful. Lend-Lease oil, not that helpful. Ammunition. So again, we have 120 penetration with the premium. That's 150, and with some angling, that might come in handy. 38 penetration on the HE rounds, and they only do an additional 54 damage. So I don't know that we're going to be switching to those. Although if we do run up against some tier 7 tanks, HE might be more effective than APCR. All right, let's get into the game. Somebody's here. Hello?
I see you're streaming.
I am streaming.
This is probably a bad time then.
It's obvious. Yeah, it's a bad time.
Okay.
What do you need?
It's just, it can wait.
Okay, I'm going to be on here a while. I'll be here a while. All right. Apparently it can wait, whatever it is. And Wide Park. I can't remember the last time I played a heavy tank on this map. What do I want to do? I usually play the east side. Do we have there's 3 artillery, so trying to go up the train tracks might be difficult. Well, maybe not if we hug the train. We could try to... maybe we'll play 2 rounds. Yeah, if I were going for the win, I think I would try the railroad tracks, but we're going to go for how does this tank perform. We've got a tier 5 match. We've got a KV-1 shielded on the enemy team, T1 heavy, T14. So let's see how well the armor works out in good matchmaking. Well, it's all tier 5. We got a bishop as part of their artillery team. Oh, I was farther than I realized, so we did not pin that. And we could use this window right here. That one went through against the KV-1 shielded. And we're probably going to get flanked here if we're not careful. Got a small shot. Don't have great dispersion. Going to take the shot. I'm not sure. Well, you can see that we hit him where I was aiming and it didn't go through. And his turret armor is worse than his hull armor, so maybe I should have been going after his turret armor. Alright, he thinks he's safe now. He's not safe! Alright, hit him in the tracks. Let's see if we can hit him in the side here. Oh, he got me in the turret. Smart thinking. And he's still smart. And we can shoot the turret there. That didn't go through. That was the T14. Getting shot from over here now. Ooh, while moving. Nice. Oof, Bishop. He's going to take my friend out. Let's try this again. I don't have the angle just right, but let's see if we can get him in the turret. But there's not a lot of turret that isn't the mantlet. How about the lower hull? Lower hull went in. Oh! T1 is back. That guy might be a good player. If I come out here, then I'm exposing myself to their artillery. I didn't quite get maneuvered in time. Yeah, saw that coming. Let's go ahead and... Alright, so now I've got to worry about this T14. I knew that was going to happen. Can we get through his turret? Yeah. And now we got to worry about the other shielded. Yeah, I think I'm surrounded. And I'm going to get shot in the butt again by the M10. I did not get shot again by the M10. I'm surprised he had a shot on me there. Yeah, you can see where that might have been one of our rounds. Oh, he shot me through the window. The very window I was shooting through. We're going to wait this out, and it looks like we've got at least 2 minutes to go. I forgot what I was going to say now. Shot me through the window. But you could see, I can't get the camera where I want it. But somebody shot him through the front of his turret. Probably us. And at one point he fired APCR at us. I wasn't really paying attention. You can't... Oh, you can scroll this. That's good to know. So he was firing AP. The grill was... Yeah. Probably should have prioritized hiding from the grill. The T14 was firing gold. The T heavy was not. T1 heavy. T14, I believe, is a premium tank. Oh, you missed him! You missed him again! Or did that bounce? Alright. And now he's... Yeah, I didn't think we were going to win. Once they moved in on that west side. We'll try another round in it. But I think we can see that the frontal armor, not that reliable, even in a tier 5 match. We were going through the other KV-1 shielded about half the time. That seem right? Apparently, you know, as badly as we did, the rest of the team did worse. So let's get in there again. And that was with a pretty good team. I feel like, not that this is going to make much of a difference. I'm not going to be working on field mods on the KV-1 shielded. After today, I'll probably never play it again. And like I said, I'm not the best heavy tank player. Of all the things that I'm kind of okay at, heavy tank play is not one of them. Sure, I've got thousands of games in my IS-6, several hundred in my Patriot, and I ground the Chinese line up to and including tier 10. But yeah, it's the strategy and tactics of playing heavy tanks. There's a lot that's lost on me, especially at these lower levels. At the upper levels, you kind of know what to do. You have some expectation of how much you can expect from angling. And hiding your hull or lower hull. Okay. Now the Churchill 3, that's another one where the turret is weaker than the hull, if I'm not mistaken. I kind of want to see if we can set up for some side scraping. But the turret is far enough back that I don't know that we could really get the angle quite right. We'll give it a go. Hopefully the audio problems I'm hearing, you are not hearing. Wow. Warm from my form. So, sounds like someone's shooting at me already. So took damage there. Alright, so that one didn't pin. That didn't pin. That artillery's going after me. So we're getting some bounces. Do we need to heal the radio operator? I'm not sure we do. And everybody's a tier 5. So yeah, we're getting tracked a lot, but we're not taking much actual damage. Yeah, we did a little damage. Oh man, that shot went wide. It took some damage there. Oh, man. Good timing, bro. You just beat my reload. I'm not sure if I can fire through this pipe or not. Just aim right there. Oh, great. Look at this. And now we need to worry about being surrounded. Come on, crew. Is this Chaffee gonna go after us? And my turret rotate. Ah, bad. Yeah, see, that was me. So and my turret is so slow. I can't believe I caught a piece of him. Didn't do any damage, but alright, let's start working that side scrape again. I think he was distracted. Oh man, we're getting shot from the side. Yeah. Oh man, that slow turret is killing me. Let's go ahead and move up. Alright, now the AT-2 is going to try to creep up on me. Oh, I could have gotten a piece of... Oh, and the Chaffee hit me again. Got his track. If I switch to HE, that won't be till the next shot. Didn't damage. Oh yeah, it was, like I said, next shot. So if they're keeping me tracked, their team ought to be flanking me. How much damage did I do to that Chaffee? Not enough. Oh my goodness. Trying to work in here. Oh, did a nice little piece of damage there, and keep him tracked. Come on, T-67. I like that. Thankfully, they haven't tried to flank me over here, because... I was hoping that would kill him. That was HE to his cupola. Oh, wow. We blocked 3,960. What's going on in chat? How does anyone play a short-range underground SPG, underground SPG? Sheesh. Yeah, don't play it, period. Yeah. So too bad I can't use that for one of those campaign missions. We slowed them down. There was one there where if I had an AP round, might have killed the Chaffee. We were able to capitalize on the T-67's mistake. We did some damage to the AT-2, but we needed one more shot to kill him. And once he was able to get a good enough angle on us, I think he was going through our armor every time. But for the most part, they were just shooting the side at a steep angle, and they didn't have the gun caliber to overmatch. And the tracks were also... You saw how many times we got tracked. Let's see, use standard or premium on cupola? I'm pretty sure that was standard round. I'm pretty sure we did not fire any premium. I thought about it once or twice, but once he came far enough forward that I could hit his cupola, I'm pretty sure I was just using the standard AP round. And I think there was one time I got a critical with no damage, but I think I also hit it at an angle, and it might have still been an HE round because I had switched, but it was going to switch on the next reload. What if we get cool-headed? Survive at least 10 ricochets or non-penetrating hits. Welcome, by the way. Oh, yeah. I opened 75 boxes, and so I'm trying out the tanks that we got today. So that's all of the low-tier tanks. Then I'll also be doing the Caliban and the Yo, which I'm not terribly excited about either one of them. I think the Caliban will be fun when it's not frustrating, but mostly frustrating. And I think the Yo tank, I feel like it'll be a better sniper than a up-close tank because it's got the huge cupola, and I'm pretty sure there's a weak spot under the gun. So we played 2 rounds in this, and yeah, if you get the angles right, you can bounce some shots. How many do 39? Yeah, 39, 60. What is that, like 50? And we bounced a lot of shots there. The low armor tanks we were able to penetrate without too much trouble, and then the AT2 we were only able to penetrate through the cupola. I think I shot him in the hull a couple of times. Anyway, let's strip this tank out. Burp, burp. And it didn't seem like it was worth putting camo on it. So it's not horrible, but it's not great. It's definitely not a pay-to-win tank. Yeah, let's use those demounting kits. I try to avoid getting them, but I have to admit I'd rather use them than spend the 10 gold. What else did we have? Oh, the hardening or configuration. So yeah, I broke down and spent $100 on boxes on top of the $40 I'd spent previously. It's a good deal. But yeah, it's going to be rice and beans. So the other one, I already forgot what it was. KV1 shielded. Is it? Oh, it's the M485. Is that right? Is that? I don't even know what that is. Is that Russian? Sounds Russian. M485. It's apparently the only Russian tier 5 medium I have. I mean, why would you have more? So, oh, I almost forgot to send the crew back. And these guys are my IS-3 crew and my T-150 crew. So we'll put them in here, most of them. And the T-150. Yeah, I feel bad that I stuck Yuri Gagarin in a tank that I don't play. I should do something about that. Alright, switching to the mediums. And I think I'll use my 416 crew. God, look at that win rate, 35%. This is a hard tank to play. It's very hard. I wonder what the... but I mean, anything below like 46%, and this is like 20 games, I want to say. So yeah, 20 games, 35%. Anything below... Even at 20 games, anything below 42, 45% is crazy, because unless you are actively working to make your team lose, how do you get lower than that? So we can't blame the tank entirely, but it is a hard tank to play. So we'll send these guys to the barracks. I might have a better crew than the 416 crew. My 430 crew might be better. Not about the same. T-44 crew. That's probably the way to go. But I do want Anton to get some experience, so let's do that. Here we go. So, start with Anton. Is he going to show up? There he is. And he's the mayor. 416. Does the 416 not have a radio operator? It does not. Okay, that's something to keep in mind. So we need a radio operator. A44 would work. Does the 430 have a radio operator? No. 44? No. 3485? It does, but he doesn't have any extra crew skills. Have I played this tank before? I don't think I did. No. Comes with a crew, though. Oh, here we go. So maybe we'll use this guy. He's the A44. We'll send him to the barracks. And then the A43, he doesn't have anything extra. All right, going back to the M485. Radio operator, we've got two choices. So we'll take Oleg here. That's a hard start? I'm not sure what you mean by that. All right, 416. So we've got a decent crew in here, and I don't think I'm going to play this tank after today. So we'll use accelerate crew training. We'll go ahead and put an exterior on it. And we'll use the same thing that we did before. And let's see, what do we want for equipment? We've got 160 with 150 penetration. Is that better than the KV-1 shielded? Where did that one go? KV-1S. Now I've lost it. There, oh, there it is. Shielded. So that only had 120 penetration. So 150 penetration with standard rounds. Rate of fire 8 per minute, so every 6.7 seconds. I don't know that we want to use a rammer on that. It'd be beneficial, but maybe not. And -5 on gun depression. Aim time is 3. That's kind of slow. Bad dispersion, so seems like we want to play it up close. But with this armor, 64 and 52, we're not going to be bouncing much. Only 13 specific power. So it's not a great zoomer, but it does have a top speed of 52. So we'll definitely want a turbo on this. 420. So yeah, ooh man. So we're not going to get a lot out of that turbo, but I think we need it. Bad view range and poor camo. That's with this crew and this camouflage, so it's pretty bad. All right, let's try. Let's put the turbo on. Gotta buy another one? Jeez. And that gets us to 14.68 specific power. Not great. We're obviously going to want improved ventilation. And then for our middle one, rotation, maybe. Gun rammer. I'm thinking maybe on the gun rammer because we can't do anything else to improve our mobility except grousers, and I don't think they're going to help that much. We do have that bad spotting, so if we go with the coated optics, that gets us almost to 400. And we could try to play more passively with binoculars. Maybe we'll try that, but I think we're going to go with the optics for now. Standard loadout for consumables. Oops. And the Lend-Lease oil is a little tempting. I've got 13. Where's our specific power? 14.6. 15.32. So it makes a pretty big difference. But would you really want to run this all the time? We also have the improved speed governor. I only have one. If we go with that, instead of the 15.3, we get 16.0. Actually, I've never used this, so I don't even know how it works. If you turn it on and off, or you use it once and then it goes until it burns up. I'm going to go ahead and use the Lend-Lease oil. Hopefully we don't catch on fire. So you should expect it to be less mobile. Also, I can't find someone that has... Let's see if we can find a radio operator that has brothers in arms. All right, Russian, Soviet, in barracks and vehicles. All right, medium tank and radio operators. So this guy, that's, I think he's the one we have in there. Nope. No, that's the guy that's in there. Nope. Nope. And nope. Wow, so we're just stuck. I could use a crew book on him if I put him back in the A44. I don't know that it's worth it. I mean, it's 5... If I planned on playing this tank more, it would definitely be worth it. But I think we'll just suffer with what we have. So we don't have Brothers in Arms active. Other than that, we've got a pretty good crew. We've got our camouflage, we've got our Lend-Lease oil, we've got a turbo, we're using the optics and the ventilation. I think that's about as much as we can get out of this tank without, more crew skill. So what kind of map are we going to get? It's not really quick enough to be a very good flanker. It might be best as a support tank. Or a sniper, if someone else is spotting for you. No, it's got 0.44 dispersion, if I remember right. And I did not look at the ammo.
Hey, Tommy.
Hello?
When you're done, will you bring the couch inside?
From where?
It's in the box in the garage.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Ammo. So 160 with 150 penetration, 160 with 196 penetration. At tier 5? That should go through just about everything. Maybe not an AT2, but maybe even an AT2. Versus 160 versus 280 for the HE. I'm going to reduce this down to 10. Let's get at least 15 in there, and let's plan on using some of the APCR so we can see how well it performs. And then again, gun dispersion 0.43, and that's with vents. The gunner's fully trained, but without the brothers in arms, yeah, it's all right. Let's try again. Yeah. I might need that harmonica. So I still don't know. We'll have to see how agile it is. Oh, geez, what am I doing? I also wanted to see what the turret armor's like. So, oh, we already know that it has bad turret, and the turret is slightly worse, at least in the front, than the hull. So, our side armor of the hull and rear is definitely worse than the turret. So we want to avoid giving up our side, but not that it matters, because the armor that we have in the front isn't, for this tier, is not that great. And the angles on this are, it looks like that front slope is pretty flat, fairly vertical. And I believe the turret is a fairly constant curve. Elliptoid. Yeah. And so I told Santa Claus I wanted a Mr. Potato Head. And he said, they don't make those anymore. You gotta wonder what the marketing department was thinking there. Well, we can just sell a potato head, and then we don't have to make two different items, and we can have the same number of sales. That's probably what they were really thinking. And if someone wants to throw it into the culture wars, pick a side and start flailing. I don't have the vision, so I don't want to go field. Could try to flank up the 0 line. Typically what I could do is go to G6 and support field until we can figure out what we're doing there.
Let's get this show on the road.
Are you hearing that static? So it feels like it's faster than the E2. I can't remember if that's tier 6 or 5, but I think it's slower than the Easy 8. I think we got a spotter in front of us. We got 2 spotters in the field. Ooh, what do we got here? We have poor gun depression, so that's not going to work. Did they spot me? Wow, look at that aim time and dispersion. Maybe I should have gone with the rotation device. I went a little high. I think I had my lead about right. He backed up more than I thought he would. Slow reload. Yep. Lucky son of a... There's also a Skoda out there. Yeah, I waited too long to fire. Again, I think I hit the hill in front of me. And there is an artillery. Hey! Got a piece of him. This guy looked like he was backing up. I was assuming that this guy is not going to make the same mistake that he just made. I just heard artillery land way off in the distance. Oh, crikey. Can we get the shot? No, I've got to get the gun down. He's going to be behind the hill. What about this Skoda? Ooh, maybe. aim for about 2 days. Maybe I should have waited until well after it was fully aimed. And that might go high. I think I hit him. Definitely missed that. There's a wolverine behind him. I hit the wolverine. Missed both. Tracked him. And he does not seem to have a kit, or perhaps doesn't know how to use it. Thankfully the Skoda is lit again. And he's down. So the field is ours. And it looks like the game is ours too. I was so tunnel vision there, I didn't even realize that we had basically won. So as a sniper, you've got that really slow aim time. It doesn't really have speed for maneuvering, doesn't have, well, I mean, we kind of have some view range with it pumped up like this. With the Brothers in Arms, it would be a lot closer to the 445 max. Let's try another round, and I'll try to play less passively or less statically. But I don't think there's anything I can do maybe to improve the gun handling. Rotation device, yeah. Rotation device might help. Gun rammer wouldn't be horrible in this. Lane device. If you're going to be playing static like that, when we were staying on target, we were getting fully aimed before we were fully loaded, so rammer would probably be better than gun lane device. But man, that was a huge bloom. I'm going to swap the optics out for a rotation device. We don't have stabs as an option. So our view range, our spotting range is going to be severely hampered. Well, 10%. So that's back down to 363. And we're going to try to play more like cavalry than sniper. Yeah, we did not contribute much there. Did we? I don't think we did. We only did like 400 damage. We did exactly 400 damage. We were not in the bottom 5. Congratulations. You didn't suck entirely. And then we got 74 of assistance on that, the Wolverine. I was thinking it was the Wolverine. 3 critical hits, 3 damaging shots, and 1 kill. Who did we kill? Was it it was the Wolverine. We did a blind shot after his camo, or he was no longer spotted. What's the right term for that? Despotted? Unspotted? Disspotted? No, not misspotted. No, that doesn't seem right. I think going up in the hill is a mistake. Up in the corner. It is tier 5. I got a couple T-67s, so I feel like they'd be sniping from a distance. Maybe going up in the corner is the right thing. We'll be awfully slow. T-34 would probably get there before us. The Valiant would definitely get there before us. It seems like that going up to the corner might be the right thing to do. What I'm planning on doing here is coming up to the buildings. But if I'm going to be sniping across the valley, this is not a good gun for that. What I'm thinking is that we might be able to get in a situation where we can get some urban fighting. Six and a half second gun reload. That could work out against us. Wow, a lot of people went down the K line. And then stopped. So even though they had the numbers, they stopped. Is that a heavy tank? I thought I saw a heavy tank icon in there.
Enemy armor is hit.
He's behind a building now. What about across the valley? Can we make that shot? Under the house there. Let's do a blind fire. After fully aiming in. I don't even remember what that was. M something. T-67 should be over here somewhere. That guy's across it. Somebody hit him. I don't think it was us, but maybe. Got to worry about getting proximity spotted by the T-67. Let's take a blind fire. I think he's too far. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, I was a little bit off there anyway. Okay. If I go this way, I'll probably get... Oh, what do we got here? I was going to say, if we go this way, we'll probably get one chance to shoot at the T-67. Oh, didn't lead him enough. And probably spotted. Yep. Somebody's shooting at me. Probably from across the valley. Ooh, there's an SAU-40 up there. But by the time I get back, he won't be spotted anymore. Track hit. T-34. And... What? I'm getting shot from over here. Son of a gun. Yeah. Sneaky bastich. Alright, now let's go ahead and... Oh, he's right here. I didn't even realize. I thought it was the same T-67. So... I feel like I owe this tank another chance. Let's go back to the garage. We'll start setting up on the Caliban. You think we'll use a gun rammer? And then when this match is over, we'll give the... What is this thing even called? T-34-85? M4-85. Alright, so... Caliban, is that British? British heavies. I've got the Caliban and the Carnarvon Action X. I thought I also had the... What's that one? Tier 9. That doesn't matter. Alright, so Caliban, we'll probably be using this crew. If we look at the barracks, and in barracks and in vehicles, UK, all crew, medium, heavy. Alright, so not a lot to choose from. Not a lot of... Okay, so he's in the Carnarvon, even though he's trained in the Churchill. He's in the TOG? Okay, so that's... Alright, so we're going to be using our Carnarvon crew. Or how do you pronounce that? Carnarvon? 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 Yeah, I don't know. Me trying to say it is like a carnival act. Send to barracks! Oh, it only has a 3-man crew. So, not a great crew trainer. This... Okay. But he's a Churchill 1 driver. But he was in the Carnarvon. Alright. Okay, and I am not going to use Accelerate Crew because I may end up wanting to play this tank beyond today. It seems kind of likely, as silly as it is. Alright, so we've got a crew in there, so I won't use accelerate crew training. Exterior, it seems like it already has a style, but it does not. It's just puke beige. Alright, preset style, or we can do the same thing that we've done on the previous tanks. Oh, I already have that skin on previous tanks, so let's go with preset style. What's that purple one? Electrical on. Let's go with amphibious warfare. That seems appropriate, because we're going to get bogged down a lot. Apply and exit. Now, 850 average damage, 180 average penetration, 0.58 dispersion at 100 meters. Do we want to use the aiming device? Maybe. We've got a fairly slow gun traverse at 23 degrees per second. Ooh, that's even slower. So that'd be 45. So that'd be about 23. That's pretty slow. So rotation device wouldn't be out of the question. Turbo wouldn't be out of the question. That would help with that rotation as well. Oh, he's back. We'll finish setting this up later before we get distracted. Let's get back to the whatchamacallit. Nope. Wait, what was it? We were doing the M485. Alright, so I think we already know that we didn't do well there. Do we need to look at this? Well, we bounced a shot. I did not expect that from the T-34 and from the T-67. So that was just luck. And with the 3 shots we fired, we did 500, or landed, we did 526. All right, so again, trying to do more of an urban warfare, more of a cavalry, mobile cavalry style. With that dispersion, not a great sniper. Probably the thing it would be best at is to team up with someone who's got a little bit better armor, decent rate of fire, and support them as they're engaging other targets, keep them from getting flanked, and then when they get someone reduced enough, especially if they have a low rate of fire, then try to go in for the whammy. What's our alpha again? I want to say it's 160. That sounds right. 160 and then 280 on the HE. 160 alpha on the AP rounds. 280 on the HE. Okay. In order to do what I was saying, I'd have to go with the heavies, but there's only 2 heavies. Yeah, there's only 2 heavies. So let's do that. We've got a Churchill and a T1 heavy.
Time to roll out.
So if only one goes this way, we won't have to decide. If both go this way, we'll figure it out. Figure it out. When's the new season of Letterkenny releasing? I want to say it's Christmas Day or Boxing Day. It's not nice to make fun of people with Ligma. What is Ligma? I don't know what that is. Alright, both of our heavy tanks are coming this way. I feel like I should be supporting the Churchill. The T1 might be a better choice. They might support each other. Which would make me redundant. See, wait, I can't tell if the T1 is trying to work on his strategy or if he's just a lost puppy. Are they No, they're not platooned. Alright, well, we'll go with both of them, since it's... If you're going with one, you're going with both. I feel like the Churchill is a little more competent, possibly just more confident. That guy's right out in the open, and I missed him badly. See what happens when you have enough time to aim? What's that DW doing? He's way over there. I don't know why he's pulling back. Did he get spotted? I've got 6th sense, so I'm not sure why he... Okay, I've been spotted. By whom? Probably proximity spotted by this M4A1. Or that guy that just shot me. Wow, that was a big clap. So that probably means long reload, right? I can't tell if or when he's fired. He knows I'm coming for him, right? Ooh, what's that right there? Okay, whoa. Yeah, we're good. Proximity spotted. And... Oh, I missed! I could actually see his outline through the door. Got this slow reload. He's not aiming at us. Wow, that was dumb. I was waiting for the reload, but we were already reloaded. He is pointed at me. And my friends are taking on the other way. Alright, let's see if we can... Oh, I bounced him. He did not bounce me. I thought he... Oh, he's coming in. He's coming in. And he's going to kill me. Yeah. And he was using gold rounds for what it's worth. I think he had a slightly better rate of fire. I guess I should have stuck with the Churchill like I'd planned. And then, yeah, and then also once I should have recognized that they were not following me and then fallen back. Should we play another one in this? It's, aside from the dispersion, and it's kind of slow, and the armor's pretty weak. How does armor compare to another... This is... What is this? This is a Russian. It looks like an American tank. Let's clear this list. I was comparing light tanks for trying to figure out how best to do the campaign missions. I decided the Chinese premium tank was kind of the best choice. Alright, so if we add this to comparison and add maybe like an American Tier 5 medium. What do we have to choose from? E4, I don't... Okay, so the only one that's not premium is the M4A1. And we also have the RAM and the M4 improved. Let's just start here, and then a Russian Tier 5 medium. Sovietsky. And only the T-34 is non-premium. And then I'm going to go ahead and add, I don't know which one, maybe both of them. The RAM? Maybe the RAM, since that's what they tend to hand out whenever they're like, hey, we need to give out a tank. Well, what tank should we give out? And then this M4A2E4, I'm not familiar with what that is. I'm going to add it anyway. Improved. And yeah, I don't... What is that tank? I think I have seen it, but... Alright, so if we're looking at the silhouette... It looks a lot like the M4A2E4. And it's got a narrower turret. It's almost like it has a T-34 turret on an M4A2 or M4 improved body. So M4 85. So it's like the 85 millimeter T-34 turret on an M4 chassis. Now it all makes sense. I solved the mystery. Does it have the gun caliber in here? I don't think it does. but we can look at it here. Yeah, here we go. Oh, wait for it. Try again. So 85 millimeter. Okay, we kind of knew that. Kind of. And T34. And I should set these all up so that they're the same. And this has a 85. Looks like we lost that already. This has a 76 millimeter. But it... Okay. It does not have an 85 millimeter option. So it's like, maybe it's like the gun from the T-34 85, which is a tier 6 tank. T-34 85. And then configure that. And let's, well, I can't, yeah, we can do try to do a fair comparison. And this has the, I have the 122 millimeter on mine. Why is this a T-34 85? Because I chose the derp gun over the 85 millimeter. Huh. Oh, this is not, I thought this was a premium tank. There is a T-34. Let's get rid of this one, and I'm not sure how I missed it. T-34, the 85M. So we'll choose that one instead. Configure, and we will use a basic crew. Get rid of all. Oops. Get rid of all of these. And I don't have camo on it, really? Surprising. Apply that, but I still want to look at that because this has an 85 millimeter gun. The ZIS S53, and the one we're in has an S31. Okay, so it's a different gun. Oh, I wanted to, while we're in here, try to make everything even Steven. Apply. Alright, and then I don't know if I have any of these other tanks. I gotta have this one, don't I? Maybe I don't. Maybe I sold it already. I'm sure I have a RAM, but I don't think I've ever taken it out of the garage. I'd be surprised if I don't have one. Is current crew even an option? Nope. Maybe I don't have it. Or maybe I just don't have a crew in it. Let's see. This tank, M4A2E4 Sherman. I obviously don't have that one. M4 improved. I'm not sure what's improved about it. Looks like I don't have anything on that. And then I think I already defrocked this one. There we go. So, this one's a tier 6, the T-34 85M. So it should have superior firepower. Let's see, penetration. The M485 is the leader on penetration. Because the M485M, T-34 85M only has 144. So we've got good penetration on this tank. That's a plus. That's nice. Rate of fire. The Ram 2 has the best rate of fire, but bad penetration and less than half the damage, but it fires like 3 times as fast. gun depression, the M4A1, the tech tree tank, wins there. We only have -5. The rest of these are better. Okay, so we have the worst gun depression. It's kind of weird, because you'd think it'd have the same gun depression as this one, but it's even worse. Moving on, we don't want to get bogged down. Aim time. We have the worst aim time, I believe it. Dispersion, okay, same as the M4A1. Better than the T-34. Although we probably could have picked a different gun on that. Seems like, is this the one you would take? 115, 125. 10 rounds a minute, 115, 125 versus 85, 112. So you get better nope. Not quite as good. And you're doing 17 rounds a minute versus 10 rounds a minute. Let's go with this one, and then we'll go ahead and soup everything else up as well. Apply. And then any other tech tree tanks, we need to make sure that we have the... Oh, look at this. So this is not fair. We could go with the derp gun. Yeah, let's try to have a fair comparison. Did we already do this one? Yeah, we did. Okay, so starting over, in case we missed something there. Average penetration, still have the best penetration. Damage. Okay, the T-34-85 is better, but we're in a close second. So for the tier 5 tanks, we're in the lead. Rate of fire, we are the slowest. Okay, that makes sense with the higher alpha damage. Damage per minute, 1430. We have the lowest damage, second lowest damage per minute. The T-34 stock tank, or tech tree tank, has the worst. Still worst gun depression. We've got better hull but worse turret than the M4A1. The Ram has better armor, also on the sides, not in the rear of the hull. And it seems like the Ram is the one we want to compare to the most. Mobility, let's see, where's specific power? We're at 14.37. The Ram is at 16. The T-34 Tech Tree is the best one here. Even the M4 is better than us, so we are slower. We're the least power to weight. We have the worst ratio except for the M4A2E4, so that one probably creeps along, and we're kind of creeping along. Okay, top speed, 52. So we have a better top speed, so it's probably a good idea to put the turbo in this. Traverse, about average, a little better than average. Concealment. Okay, that was I was thinking these were showing 1 point something, like the this 14.45. I thought that was showing 1.45. So the T-34 is the best one there. The Ram is superior, and we have almost the worst. The M4 improved seems to be the worst. And then spotting, 350, 330 is the worst on the Ram. So it seems like we're competitive with the Ram. We've got a better alpha, we've got better penetration, but we're slower, right? Slower. 16 to... Yeah, we're slower there. But we do have a higher top speed. But like rocking back and forth and agility maneuvers will be lagging there. And then the RAM also, hull armor 70 is better, turret armor is better. Yeah, so it's not as good as a RAM, but you have a bigger alpha damage. Do we need to do one more in this? I think we've got a pretty good idea. I just feel like I haven't given it a fair shake. I don't think I'm going to play it again after today. I don't think I'm going to play any of these low tier tanks again after today. I don't need the garage slots, so I won't sell them. That way, if they come up again, instead of getting another tank, I'll either get gold or credits. Depends on whatever event rewards it. And they'll probably come up with, 5 or 6 more crap tanks for next year. Oh, ooh. All right, well, 3 heavy tanks on each side. It's all tier 5s. I guess I'll go into town and try to support KV1s or the heavy, or the T1 heavy. We'll figure it out. Don't really have the sniping for the field. I could try to go up to this corner up here at A2 and try to work the corner on that building. You rely a lot on your tank destroyer support. Okay, yeah, we don't have enough people going up there. I wish I had gone that way. But I'm not trying to win. I'm trying to figure out how this tank plays. This guy's name is Back Off Creep, and he's pushing the KV-1. And they are definitely not in a platoon. I don't think he has the horsepower to make that guy go faster. And I don't like where he's going. Where's the other KV-1? He looks like he's going the same way. I'm going to go with the T1. I believe the KV-1s have better armor. He's going to set up there? Okay, I'm not going with him. I think it'll be a while before he sees any action here. I could be wrong. They may have someone who's fast that gets up to this corner. Got the KV-1 here and the KV-1 there. Got a bit of a pinch point here. The French Wolverine beat us here. And I'm going to stay back. What do you call this? Echelon? My audio is really funky. Let's get a shot ready. I heard Artie coming in, but these buildings should protect us. What else we got? Oh, is he back? I lost my... Right, he's still there. Knock that off, and... Alright, are we getting surrounded? I feel like the thing to do here is push in on him. Alright, as planned. So we've got the Excelsior and the KV-1 over there to worry about. Don't have good armor, but let's look at this corner in case that KV-1 shows up again. I've been spotted by somebody. Maybe the Excelsior? Ooh, AT2 coming in. Is it the same AT2 as before? We did not pin. I aimed a little low. And he's probably going to get to the building before we can shoot again. Got a piece of him. Man, my audio is messed up today. Right, he's still hidden. Can we get the Excelsior? Oh, a missed. Hit the wall. Let's go ahead and repair that engine. Yeah, I'm side scraping in a medium tank. You know, like you do. The AT2 looks like he's locked down. The Excelsior, I'm not sure. Oh, there he is. Oh, he's side scraping. Good for him. But not good enough. The AT2 is invisible. Okay, we still have support on that corner. I'm going to advance unless I get locked down. And... oh, I don't have a... oh, here comes the artillery. Alright, we're going through his suspension, but... yep. Had I remembered that I didn't have a repair available, might not have done that. I'm a little disappointed in my KV-1 in not pushing on him while he was facing me and taking me apart. I don't know. And then the AT2 is dead, so... I think we've got a pretty good idea how the tank plays. It does some damage. It's got some penetration. I mean, for its tier, it has good penetration. It's just the dispersion and the mobility of the tank are what hold it back. Okay, so let's go back to the garage and we'll get the finish setting up the Caliban, and then at some point I need to strip out everything I added to this tank. Caliban. Caliban and Callisto. So we want to go heavy, we want to go British, and I don't see it now. There it is. It looks small. I've seen them in the field, but we'll see. Alright, so mods. We are definitely going to want ventilation. We are definitely going to, well, what's the aim time? 4 seconds. With the reload on this, we probably don't need that. Rotation might help. Stabilization might help. What's our specific power? 18.35, so we're a little slow there. So I kind of want to put turbocharger on it. Hardening. Restores suspension after repairs would be good. More hit points would be good. Suspension durability would be good. Overall repair speed improvement. Less chance of fire. So improved hardening is pretty tempting. I don't see how we can do this without a gun rammer. Where's the gun rammer? Does it? No, because it's an auto reloader. So you don't have the option of the gun rammer. I forgot about that. Oh, if anything needed a gun rammer, it's this thing. Reload time. Time for reloading one shell. 37 seconds. So I think it's, if you already have one loaded, it's 23 seconds. If you have neither loaded, it's 37 for the first one and 23 for the second one. We'll try to pay attention to that when we get into the game. So anyway, we can't use a rammer. It's going to have a lot of bloom. Dispersion at 5. Okay, so I feel like I'm not sure I've ever used the improved aiming before. But how much did that help? Takes us from 0.57 to .4 or 0.54. Oh man, I think that will help though. Gun lane. So we could go with stabs or rotation device. What is our rotation? 34 degrees per second. Rotation would help, but I think we're going to go with the vert stabs. But yeah, just we'll put it over there. And then the other thing. Oh, and here's a thought. If we swap these two, then that dispersion is still 0.54 because this is not the right kind of slot. So no joy. All right, standard. Oh yeah, let's purchase and mount. Another 500,000 credits down the drain. Small first aid kit and fire extinguisher. Gas, slightly tempting, but not really. If we look at our likelihood of fire, 20%! 20% likelihood of fire! Oh my goodness. Oh, yeah. Whew. So we need the fire extinguisher. We may 20% chance. I wouldn't be surprised if we actually see it kick in during our match. All right, we've got our ammo. No, we don't. What do we have for ammo? We have penetrating rounds with 292 penetration, but we're only doing 600 damage. Let's take a few. And I don't think I have a crew. I don't think I have any crew that has intuition, because it didn't start being good until, like a year ago. Yeah, this is safe storage, right? Yeah, safe storage. And I am tempted to get the brother. Yeah, let's get the Caliban. Why is this? So British heavy. Don't I have a Churchill? Is there a way to reset all of this? Okay, that's off. I could have sworn I had a Churchill. I mean, what tank did I... Oh, I pulled him out of this. Do I not have a Churchill? That would be crazy. Let's see. Churchill 1. Tech tree. British Churchill 1. I don't have one. So I'm going to have to buy one. Just so I can use a crew book on the crew. Oh. Okay. Close this. And we will send this crew back to Oblivion, the barracks. Churchill 1. It's got a big crew. Why isn't the Churchill 1? There he is. Why wasn't he on the top of the list? No one said it had to make sense. I don't have to put anybody there, but I think I will. And there we go. It's a pretty good driver. Loader. Churchill 1. Alright, I'm going to spend the money and put this guy in here. And I will train him for this tank so that I can use a crew book. today, Junior. All right, crew book. So I've got 2 of these. That's not going to be enough. But let's use it anyway, because what else am I going to use it on? I don't love my British crews, apparently. Is this really not going to be enough? Okay. Yeah, this is not going to be enough. Do I want to use this? I don't want to use this on this crew. Okay, it might be enough. What is that sound effect? It's rifling through pages. I was like, are they shuffling cards? But it's like, we're just skimming the manual. Grrr. Only 10 left. That's how you go through a training manual. All right, so this guy's ready. I'm going to have to use at least 2 more books for some of these guys. Maybe 3. Wow, whoa, 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 whoa. I haven't seen this before. It's showing that he's going up 0.79%. But yeah, he's working on his 3rd skill, so that would be... Is that everybody? Everybody... Nope, Commander. So now everybody has Brothers in Arms 100% trained. Was it worth it? Maybe. All right. And send them to the barracks. Get into the Caliban. And Churchill 1. I don't know. This guy reminds me of one of the guys on Saturday Night Live. Is it? Not Mikey Day. Not Beck. Yeah. I'm sorry, I don't remember your name. You're more famous than me, for whatever that's worth. All right, so for the... If I had more crew books, I would be tempted to get intuition on this guy. All the way trained up. But I think you need it at 100%. Skill comes into effect after the training starts. The effect increases with skill level. Okay. Let me read this because I'm not that familiar with intuition. Allows for quicker switching between shell types in a loaded gun. So if the gun is fully loaded. To activate the skill, a gun, a double-barreled gun, or a magazine must be fully loaded. If 2 loaders have the same skill, the average skill is taken into account. Does that mean if you have 2 loaders, you're better off only training one of them? Although they're going to learn at about the same rate if you have 2 loaders in one. Trying to get it towards the middle of the screen. There we go. Average skill is taken into account. The minimum time to change a shell type is 1 for a cyclic or standard, and 2.5 seconds for double-barreled guns and magazined guns. So if we wanted to switch, it would be 2.5. If we're fully loaded and we wanted to switch, it would be 2.5 seconds at best, and we're about 30% of that. So I don't know how it calculates that. Is it the difference between how long a standard unload reload would take and it's 30% faster? That's probably what it is. So we probably won't be using, we probably won't be reloading. Yeah, I don't think so, Tim. All right, so our driver, we already have Brothers in Arms and clutch braking for faster hull traverse, rotation. Smooth ride, maybe. Repairs, I'm going to get repairs. Firefighting wouldn't be bad on this tank, but I'm going to go ahead and get repairs. And then for Los Commander, we've got Sixth Sense and Brothers in Arms, must have. Recon, maybe. Sound detection, maybe. Eagle Eye's fun, but it's not really that important. Oh, he's also the gunner, so snapshot. That'll compound with our vertical stabilizers, which we do have, yeah. So when we're turning to shoot at something, we will have this circle instead of this circle, one can hope. All right, I think we're basically ready. We've delayed long enough. Release the Caliban. And no one's here to see it. Like the last tank we were playing, the M485, I think the way to play this tank is to find someone with better armor. I didn't look at the armor on this. I just assumed it was mediocre. So the hull armor, 130, 35, 35. Oh, what is 35 times 3? 90, 105. So anything with a better than 105 millimeters as a gun is going to overmatch you and go right through. And at tier 8, there are several. ISU, maybe even the that's 130 milliliters. That's 130 millimeter. Oh, that's tier 10. So that's 105. I think you have to be 106 to overmatch then. Am I wrong? Is that how the overmatching works? Oh my god, now I gotta look it up, because I don't want to leave you hanging. World of Tanks overmatch. Overmatch mechanics explained. And we're on the forum. To overmatch 30 millimeters of armor, you need a gun caliber of at least 91. So it has to exceed, it can't be equal to 3 times the armor thickness. It has to exceed that. So that answers that question. So it has to have 106 millimeters or more of caliber to overmatch the side armor of this tank. And let's see, so the turret armor is considerably better, and it's got a pretty good slope, but I suspect where this machine gun is, that's going to be probably flat and part of the hitbox. So that's just going to be the base armor, 250 millimeters. And then this cupola is probably going to be really bad. And it's not that small. Okay. So not good hull armor. Pretty much everybody, I think, is going to be pinning you most of the time. Probably, yeah. I mean, even that M485 had, I forgot now, was it 165 millimeters? Or was that the, or I've lost it. There it is, M485. Had penetration 150 millimeters. So not great armor. Caliban. I think we're ready to take it out, though. Armor's not strong. Ugh. What's our top speed? Top speed 33, specific power 18. So we'll be sluggish, but not that. So we do not have good view range either, but we're not expecting to. And we're not going to be sniping. And did I see the final dispersion value? 0.53. I'm curious now what the dispersion value is on some of the Japanese heavies. It looks like we're in. And it's an assault, and we're defending. Man, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? They have artillery? No? No artillery? So there's no artillery in the game. 2 light tanks. I don't really think going up the middle is the best way to go. Heading over here is probably not going to be good. We would get probably tank destroyer support back here. Tempted to go over here. This is usually what I do. I usually come over to the island or work the castle. I think we're probably going to get killed. We're the top tier heavy, but there are 3 of us. Alright, I'm going to go, assuming someone else goes, I'm going to follow them down this road. And I'm going to try to focus on support. Did I go down the right road? Yeah, because he's the tier 7 Storm and Mormon. That's hilarious. I'm surprised I haven't heard that before. So even if we fired at him right now, we'd have a 75% chance of hitting him at this range. It's pretty bad. Oh, we're going up against a defender. So the HE might be beneficial. We've got a 30-02 behind us. He's working his side scraping game. AT-15 behind us. Kind of expected to miss. Alright, somebody fired, but there's 3 of them. We're still reloading. Oh crap, I hadn't even loaded my second round yet. And another 22 seconds to be fully loaded. Oh, nice, nice. Was that the AT? Yeah, the AT took out the 45 TP, which I believe is a tier 7. Yeah. 8 seconds. See if I can draw a shot. Yeah, I drew a shot all right. So we did 90 damage. And I think we did critical. We didn't do a critical hit. It's disappointing. They've got a Caliban over here. I don't know if we want to try... No, there's a building in the way. So who spotted us? Oh, the 252 is moving in. Let's get ready to jump out. Alright, somebody fired. Don't know if that was worth it. So we're up to a total of 218 damage, and we've got like a minute to reload. 50 seconds, I think it is. Alright, the AT-15 is doing a pretty good job. I think their Caliban is dead. Oh man, there's a Borsig Waffenträger over there, or whatever you call it. Are we fully? No, we still got 15 to go on that second round. If they have someone up there, they could shoot me. Is that Roomba gonna come in here? If that Roomba comes in here, I can... Oh, no, please don't block me. Either back up a lot or not at all. Because I could basically delete him with 2 shots. That's frustrating. Who died? The Luva. Oh, tempting. The 252 is going to make me shoot at him, probably. And so the Roomba knows that I'm here now, if he didn't already. So no damage there, but we managed to block the shot. I'm assuming he hit us in the turret. Maybe, maybe not. So we're on a long reload now. Let's get a little more distance. We will both be out of the way. And safer. Oh my goodness, look at these two over here. So if we can... Who died? Oh, the 252 died. I was about to say, if we can kill the 252, then we can... maybe flank the Tiger and AT-7 here. I'm still reloading. Comet's running. Yeah, the AT-15 is trying to get behind these two over here. As long as they don't have someone down here sniping at us, then we can probably... Yeah, they're probably going to be dead before I get there. Oh great, ammo rack. We are definitely fixing that. Got a T-103, but I don't think I'm going to get a shot at him. No, he's behind the curve. Alright, let's follow the AT-15. Try to use his armor. Of course, I've got some armor. I don't want to push him. It might help him a little bit, but it would definitely limit what he can do. There's 2 tanks left, so yeah, there's 1 tank left. So for us, the game is basically, oh, if we aim, he might... No, because that chat pile, gravel pile is in the way, I think. Maybe it wasn't. Alright, we'll head that direction. We still got to set up the Yo tank, but I think we'll play at least one more round in this. Alright, so I played it kind of the way I planned to. And if the Roomba hadn't given us that golden opportunity, we wouldn't have nearly the amount of damage that we did. So again, on the Luva... Show up, damn you. There we go. So on the Luva, we had 90 damage. On the 252, we did 128 damage. And I could have sworn we hit him twice, but I guess the second time it did no damage, it did no critical, so it didn't count as a hit. We managed to bounce him twice. He doesn't have the greatest penetration, but he's got a pretty good gun. And let's see, and then the Luva, which does have pretty good penetration, we managed to bounce him. And what was this? We were close enough to the AT-7 that when someone else shot him that we got spotting credit. And then the Roomba, 853 damage. So, what do I say about this tank? It's either going to frustrate you or make you laugh or both. And average damage is right about 850. So, let's take it out again. Looks like we got in pretty fast. All right, so it's an encounter. We're top tier. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 heavy tanks. Got an AMX M449. I believe that's the premium. 2 Calibans. Another, that might be the same Object 252 that we just fought. A Samoa. T32 and T56. So
Let's go.
I'll probably be a little bit limited in my helpfulness here. Some people look like they're going to go for the valley. I don't hear people talk about that G-Sword 1008. But every time I've come up against one, they've done pretty well, and it's probably the angles. Alright, we do have scouts on the road, so I'm going to see if I can set up for a derpy sniper shot here. G-Sword. I think it's the angles of the armor, but... Oh! See how long it took to get there? It's like an artillery shot. G-Sword. Yeah, the angles on the front end of the tank seem to be angled enough so that it bounces shots quite a bit. I almost feel like I should have followed them, but I'm not going to get another derp snipe here, so let's move on. I missed by quite a bit. And one shell loaded with 22 seconds to go on the second shell. Where do I even want to go? We've got the road pretty well, mid-road covered, so coming here into the middle square is probably not too unsafe. Alright, we can try to help the KV-5. Once we move too much further here, and also help the Yo tank. Critical hit, I think it was the T32. Let's go ahead and repair that. Clean miss. We had like a 25% chance maybe of hitting him. If we circle the building, we might be able to rush across and then go in for to give the Samoa both barrels. And not quite enough to kill him. And we'll retreat for a period of hibernation. So we only did 5, not even 600 damage on him. Their team is full of it. Arguably, yeah, they could have played better. We got a nice advantage on the mid-road. Their T-56 and AMS 449 went valley. I'm not doing much good back here. I'll be reloaded by the time I get there. Everybody's on reload. Let's just take a derp shot, and we missed. Even if I ram him. Not that I'm going fast enough to ram him. 13 damage. So, you know, I basically just griefed him there. What do we want to do? We don't really have enough health to advance. We need to regroup. They have 4 tanks and an artillery left. If we go in one by one, we will definitely get eaten up. Oh, but Barask is making his way down the mid-road. I imagine he's going to get chewed up pretty quickly. That was pretty quick. So we got the Udez 3 back there. What are we doing, guys? Oh, we're capping, because it's encounter. Hooray! We win! If I'd yeah. A little late to shoot the Udez 3 there. Oh man, if we'd hit him in the side, that would have overmatched. I think. What's the caliber on the gun? Is it 105? Uh, 152 caliber, yeah, so yeah, we would have overmatched the Udez 3. So we did worse damage, but where we got that T-32, if I hadn't done that 500 damage, he might have lasted another minute or so, but I got him within like a 1-shot or a 2-shot, and they were able to finish him off pretty fast. Plus, he may have been stunned by that. Do these rounds stun? Burst rate, they have a burst radius, but it doesn't show that they have a stun. So yeah, I don't think that, yeah, maybe that's just artillery. I think so. So 572 damage. We had 2 solid hits, plus we had that ram on the Samo. Yeah, because I missed him cleanly. But I thought I hit the T-32 twice. Maybe one didn't do any damage? Yeah, 13 for the ram, 439. Okay, I thought I hit him twice. And then 120 damage with no critical on the 252. But I did get a critical hit on his track, enough to damage it. Oh, it did knock it out. Not awesome. Not awesome. But I don't think you can expect this tank to be awesome. I think eventually you play enough games, you get used to the mechanics, you bide your time, you pounce your opportunities. You're probably gonna end up with some high damage games. But at 850 with a reload of 22 seconds, 22 and a half seconds. Oh, what am I doing here? I guess I will do what everyone else does and go around under the carrier. If you could actually do 850 every 23 seconds, that would be a hell of a game. Even if you got 853 times in one game, you know, it's going to be a above 2,000 game. So if you try to stay safe, Take advantage of your opportunities. Ooh, he's shooting at me. Get the turret facing that way for better protection. Oh, he got a piece of me. And oh man. I'm gonna go ahead and repair that, and hopefully we don't get ammo racked in the meantime. It looks like they haven't gotten anybody up on top of the carrier. CDA. Oh, this renegade is about to die. What's IS-3 doing here? Alright. I double dog dare ya. Armor not hit, but we got a critical. I think I just tracked him. There's no artillery. He's saying, oh my god, SOS! No, ooh, yeah, we're in trouble here. Nobody came this way. And we're going to get flanked. The other two guys are going to come around the other way. Man, if I could hit him in that cupola, that would be amazing. Yeah, he's already behind me. A nice 600 damage hit. Well, we're about to die, so a nice 896 damage hit, but we've got a 33-second reload. There's no way we will be alive at the end of 33 seconds. So landed 2 shots, did 6... Yeah, 2 shots, and did 1,600 damage. So we put a dent in them, but yeah, we did not have enough people down here. Where is our team? The Emil. Okay, well, the CDA, which I don't play the CDA that way, but I guess if you get with the right people, yeah, I'd definitely go sneaky sniper with the CDA. It will bounce some shots, but not reliably. Let's wait this out, because I think we want to play at least one more in the Caliban. And the way the team is folding, well, they've lost tanks too. It's actually, we're 1 tank down, yeah. And health is fairly even, assuming we started with even health. This doesn't show. I thought it would show totals. Let's get to the action. Alright, he's not where the action is. I kind of like this Lorraine 40-ton. It's pretty fragile, but I had fun with it. And it too is a support tank. Don't really want to take the lead with that. Okay, the ELC even 90 is going down south, presumably to spot, but he is alone, and everyone else is pulling back to base. This Indian Panzer can probably hit him. Okay, I'm not sure what his plan is here. Oh, he wants to get the ELC even 90. Wanted to get that revenge. I've been there. I've made that choice. I'm not proud of it. He shouldn't be either. Or she. But yeah, you get frustrated and you make those bloodthirsty choices. Yeah, and if you're going to get the Caliban, then you're definitely going to want to manage your frustration. He's lucky that TBP didn't nail him. Why aren't you rotating? Do you not know where you're getting shot from? Oh, that's frustrating. And he was killed by the TS5, who hasn't been... Oh, he went down south, so yeah, he probably shot from up there. Silence, not deadly. Yeah, they had the better team, and they rolled hard on us. They got those shots on... I can't even remember. Was it... yeah, Eco Blaster here. What's he in? In a Renegade. So he lost more than half of his health before he ever got on this side of the carrier. This being the carrier up here. Wait a minute. Okay, so it's broken, and then it's broken in two places, and then it goes up this slope, and it's weird. Yeah, and then they sent 3 people around this way before we knew they were there. Plus we were trying to fight off the 2 over here. Maybe I should have stayed there and kept these guys from coming in, and then try to let the... I thought it was an IS-3. Yeah, he's over here now. And try to let him defend against those 3 by themselves, and hopefully not get shot in the butt past him by his attackers. Maybe that would have been the better move. But I was kind of hoping that if I could get over there, we could take out at least 1, if not 2 of them, and then he would have a better chance of defending that flank before the other guys flanked behind us. But that CDA is pretty fast. Should we do 1 more in the Caliban? Yeah, and then we'll set up the Yo tank, and then I think I'll call it a day. Wow, how long have we been at this? We've already been going 5 hours. So let me renege on that deal. And we'll start setting up the Yo tank. Let's go ahead and take... No, I'll leave that exterior on for now. Alright, American Heavy... Yo tank. Oh, this is American? The AE Phase 1? I thought that was... what did I think it was? I thought it was British. Because of AE reminds me of the Action X, Carnarvon, so that's why I made that mistake. But, and the King Tiger is also American. I forgot about that. The MIVY, or is it supposed to be M4? Why? I don't know. Here we are. Look at the length on that gun. Alright, we got a 4-man crew, loader, driver, gunner, commander. So whoever I have in the Patriot probably will work. Yeah, and that's probably my best American heavy crew. T-29 crew, and then the T-1 crew, not very good. In barracks and in vehicles, United States, Estados Unidos, heavy tanks, all crew members. Well, let's just look at commanders. So T-29, T-54E1, so where is he? He's in the King Tiger. So the King Tiger isn't fully fleshed out, but there are people in there. Oops. So he has 2 full skills, 2.5 skills. One full skill. Let me look at that again. Yeah, 2 full skills, 1 full skill. He's just trained. Not even trained. and 2 full skills. Commander. He's got 39% on situational awareness. He's got 94% on recon. And he's in my Patriot because he's a T-29 commander. All right, so Patriot, and we need a commander. How many crew books do I have? It probably won't even let me access it now that I don't have. All right, so I've got 20 of these, 2 of these, 3 of these. All right, let me get that commander back in there. T-29 commander. And then we will do some crew booking. Now these are for all nations, right? Not just one. I'm not entirely sure. If we use this, oh, I gotta have them in the T-29 blast. All right, barracks, everybody. T-29. That was the opposite of what I meant to do. All right, crew book this. And if we go here, that only gives us 3%. I don't know that I want to use this. I am going to do it. Alright, so everyone has 3 skills except for him, who's going to stay in the T-29. And we're going to need a commander. Send to barracks. A gunner. Send to barracks. A driver. Send to barracks. And then what do we need? I think we need a loader. Yeah, a loader. So T-29. 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 And I'm not going to use accelerate crew training. I don't know if I'm going to want to put field mods on this or not. I don't know yet. All right. Personnel file. So for the commander, we've got recon. Is he also the radio operator? He is. So situational awareness seems like a pretty good choice. What kind of view range do we have on this stock tank? 396. I'm going to go with something else. I think I'm going to go with repairs. Well, it has the... I forgot. This has the double track, where if you get tracked, you can still drive. I think at the same speed. So putting repairs on this would be a little bit trollish. Eagle Eye. So situational awareness, maybe not a bad choice. Sound detection, probably not a bad choice. But I'm... Oh, what is the likelihood of fire? 20%. So firefighting, also not a bad choice. But I think, and given that you have the double tracks, you need repair less. But I think I'm still going to go with repairs on this. And this is not just for this tank. That's right, because this crew is not just for this tank. This crew is also for the Patriot and the T-29 and T-32, you know, whatever comes after the T-29. Yeah, so repairs. All right, our gunner. Looks like we have snapshot already. And why did I get Deadeye? Armorer would probably be better than Deadeye. Deadeye might be good on the Caliban for that increased chance of causing damage to modules and crew. but I don't know how the mechanic works on that either. So repairs, concealment, firefighting designated, armor probably not bad, but I think repairs. Yeah, armor would have been better than Deadeye. All right, driver. So we've got clutch braking. Yeah, I was really sold on clutch braking for a long time there. This tank, I think, is agile enough, and I think that we're going to want to keep moving to try to make our cupola less vulnerable. So I think I will take smooth ride over... Oh, I already have repairs. Good for me. And then our loader. What's our rate of fire? 5. So we've got a 10-second reload. So if we wanted to switch to... So intuition, not a bad choice. I'm going to go ahead and train intuition. And we already had repairs anyway, so... Alright, so crew is trained. And we're leaving that at... let's get a skin on it. Can I put a big flag on it? Maybe concrete. It seems kind of fitting for this tank. Sense of direction. Tufel, hello! I came out okay. Taking a quick look. The recap. If I can find it where I can look at it too. So... the way I calculated, I came out with 285% return on investment. We got the Yo tank and the Caliban, which I'm not in love with either one of them, but I'm not disappointed that I got them. And then I got the Bofors Stornwagen. Yeah, I think you saw me play that before when you guys did that raid. And so I got all 3 of the new tanks. I kind of would have rather had the Skoda than either of these, but that's fine. I came out kind of low on the bonus gold, but overall we got $100 worth of gold, so right there got 100% return on investment. Got a bunch of credits, got 54 days of premium. I didn't need 54 days of premium. To be fair, I was around for a few hours pre-raid. Oh, but you followed at the same time, right? Am I remembering that wrong? Yeah, you followed at the same time as those guys. So that's cool, though. So that's why I thought you came with the raid. I'm sorry. Well, thanks for beating the crowd. And then we got a bunch of these low tier tanks, and then when we got the dupes, then we just got straight up gold for them. So mo money. I think I came out okay. I wish I hadn't gotten so many premium days. I would rather have had credits and obviously gold, but as long as I'll probably never run out of premium days as long as I keep buying the enhanced battle pass. So I knew it was going to be worth it, and it was worth it. What is this one? I haven't seen this one before. And I think the skin only goes on this tank. Where did this come from? Did it come with the tank? Huh. I guess I'll take it. I went and made dinner, came back, and you were off, so I followed not... Oh, okay. Okay. I don't trust my memory, but yeah, I'm allowing myself to believe that I remember someone following between shows. Yeah, I think this only works on this tank, so we might as well use it on this tank. And let's apply it. It's kind of weird. I guess it comes with it? I don't know. We're going to use the regular consumables. Obviously the automatic fire extinguisher, which is why you buy extra when they're on sale. Modules, I'm not sure. All right, rate of fire. I appreciate you being here. I will furiously type first as though it means something. No, that's cool. And I appreciate you being here now as well. Oh, so I just played like 4 games in the Caliban. It's not great. It's fun when you get those connections, those big hits, but they're hard to land. They're hard to pin. It's got a huge bloom on the dispersion. Okay, so we've got a 10-second gun reloader, so ram wouldn't be a horrible idea. Gun rammer. Negative 10 degrees of gun depression. So 178 on the hull, 279 on the turret, but I'm pretty sure that I did not mean to do that. I'm trying to look under the barrel. I'm pretty sure right here under the barrel. So I clicked here and it clicked on Arnie's chopper. Under the barrel as well as the cupola are both weak points. So, yeah, I don't want weak points, right? Trying to get where I can read that. Suspension repair time. The side of the turret's pretty strong, 241. That's nice. So yeah, I guess if you see this thing in profile, aiming at the side of the turret is not a guaranteed penetration. Maybe if you aim up here or up here, you're probably better off aiming at the side of the tank. The hull is 76. Still got that chance of hitting the tracks and having those absorb the damage. But anyway, we're trying to decide on modules. Spotting, I think since it's a heavy tank, we can kind of overlook optics. 39 degrees of traverse speed. What's the dispersion values here? 0.38, 0.38, 0.38. So that's not great. Aim time is 0.24. So I'm thinking stabs. What's the specific power? I'm thinking vertical stabilizers, maybe rotation device as well. Double stack those. So mobility, only 18 on specific power. So I'm maybe turbo, especially since we may want to end up doing a lot of rocking back and forth. All right, so vents, stabs, how cliche, and turbo. That's pretty cliche for me. The rotation device might be a good idea though. So let's put on the vents. Luckily I have 2 in stock. And the stabilizer, there it is. And I think I'm going to go with turbo. Our dispersion now is 0.37, which, yeah, I shouldn't actually change. Yeah, that's all going to be. It's going to bloom less on firing and rotation and movement. And then the rotation device would help with that even more. But I think I want the turbo for the mobility. Oh my God, $1.2 million. You've been away a while. You've been at it a while today, looks like. Yeah, I just got... Yeah, and I was going to play another game in the Caliban, but then I realized I've been at it for 5 hours, so let's get some games in the Yo-Tank in, and then I can remind my family what I look like. All right, so we got our modules. Let's check out our ammo. 220 standard penetration versus 250 for the premium ammo. So at the additional cost of 300 or 3,300, you're not getting that much more penetration. Oh, but you do get a higher shell velocity. So I don't think we need to take too many of these because they're not going to be that advantageous. And then I'm assuming we want some more HE, so 440 versus 360 with only 53. Yeah, I don't think these are going to be good for much more than Arty, and they probably have a reduced shell velocity. So we don't want to be shooting at, what do you call them? The small fast ones, the light tanks. So we're going to be taking mostly standard ammunition. And with a purchase price of 1,000 credits per round, it's not that cheap. If we compare that to the Patriot, $255 credits per round. And we get better penetration but lower damage. So, one less reason to love the Yo tank. Let me verify that again. So 230 penetration versus 220 penetration on the Yo. Yeah, but you have a bigger alpha damage. Was it twice as much? No, about 150% as much. 360 versus 220. I think it was 220. Doesn't matter. All right, so we've got our exterior, we've got our consumables, we've got our equipment, we've got our ammo, we've got our crew. All right, let's take it for a spin. Should we get a screenshot first? I wish you could do the thing where you get rid of the UI like you can in the game. And that is a long barrel. Let's get going. My plan was that I was going to start this up first thing in the morning, but then I decided I kept getting distracted by things, and I kept getting distracted by things. Like I wanted to make that background, so I had to get a screenshot of the tank because there isn't one in the premium shop that I wanted to use because it's not in the premium shop currently. And then I wanted to cut it out so it would work with that snowy background. So that probably took me an hour and a half at least. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? It's an encounter. I guess we can go to the middle. What do they have? Standard stuff. No artillery. We do have 10 degrees of gun depression. I think I'm just going to come up to the middle, to the cap, and see if we can't make ourselves useful there. And I don't have the game selected. Can you hear that static? I don't know if it's just my sound card. It's not sound card. Motherboard. Audio processor. But I hope it's not going out like that. It's bad enough I've had intermittent sniffles. And I restarted before we started playing today. Is that guy going to try to take the hill? No, I don't think he is. Alright, nothing going on over there. And my FPS is low too, so I'm probably overdue for a restart. Alright, he's not spotted. Caliban's awfully brave. Alright, let's see if we can get a shot on this 34-2. Maybe not. Lucky that Skoda didn't spot me. How many? They only have one tank destroyer. See if we can get an ammo rack. So that's decent damage, 344. And I've been spotted, so he's probably going to be ready for me, and... Nope. I did not get shot. I was thinking that Tiger 2 might try to poke around. I don't know if I'm still spotted. I doubt it. They're not all lit now. Okay, bounced the Tiger 2. Yeah, see how he tried to shoot us in the side of the turret? But we got a lot of armor there. And what about this? Alright. Whoa! Is that the Caliban? Yeah, he got torn up by the T-27. He's probably on a reload now. And I'm spotted. And looks like they've got people... Nope, they're down below. Oh, goodness. Yeah, I was too late there. And the 122... Wow, where are they shooting me? I don't really have time to look. Let's see if we can get the King Tiger here. And I tried to go through his turret, didn't work, and... Yeah, he did damage. With standard rounds. So I don't know if he was going for my cupola. Oh! Bad play. I was too zoomed in. Didn't know where I was pointing. We've got the tank advantage and the health advantage, so I don't know that they're going to be able to cap. They've got the positioning to finish their cap, so unless our people that are pushing the cliff line make progress, yeah, the people that are going back towards the cap are mostly low health, so this could... What advantage we have could evaporate pretty quickly. Chrysler. From playing the 416, I kind of don't like these rear-mounted turrets. What is he hoping to do? Finish reloading, maybe? Assess the situation? But he's so low health, or maybe he was waiting for that IS-3 to catch up with him. Alright, who was... So the ISU-152 and the Luva did that. Where are they firing from? They're firing from over here. Where the Luva is, anyway. Where's the ISU-152? Ah, yeah. And there's the Scorpion. Oh, don't do that! You're gonna get yourself killed! But maybe if he turned around for a side scrape, he wouldn't have had enough gun depression. I don't know. I don't play that tank. There's some dilution with the tank motors. Can't tell. Alright, well, every now and then I'll get... Well, I'm pretty constantly getting some static, and every now and then I'll get a digital glitch where it kind of makes it wham sound. It kind of like stretches out and metallicizes the sound. Alright, so that was over pretty quickly. We didn't help much, and I would almost wish we had the ability to do an instant replay so I could see where I was getting hit. If I was getting pinned through the turret, if I was getting pinned through the hull. But, you know, I felt pretty good about blocking that one shot with the side of the turret. We made some money. Did we finish a mission? Doesn't look like we finished a mission. What am I supposed to do for Arnie? I'm supposed to be spotting for Arnie. Okay. So we made 68,000. I think we only fired like 3 times. Where's the ammunition? Ammunition. There's the... Oh! It's not charging me for ammunition. Maybe I don't have that selected to auto. Ooh, well, I don't really like the digital I guess I'm old school. No, it is auto set for auto resupplies. I don't know why it didn't charge me for ammo. Oh, because I had 4 in the depot. So apparently this gun is also on another tank. Or another tank uses the same ammo. Still, we didn't fire that many rounds before we got roasted. Let's take it out again. Bad ground. Maybe. I restarted 6 hours ago. I tried reseating the headphones. Yeah, it's still there. I don't know. Maybe I should try a different port. We're tier 8. There's 3 tier or heavies. Nope, 2 heavies. We're up against a Caliban and an IS-6. The Pz.Kpfw will probably be a bit bigger problem. Alright, so let's go up the hill, like you do. See, like I was getting a lot of static right there. Maybe I just need to turn my tank. I need to turn my computer off and unplug it for a little while. No excuse for not trying. I've got a pretty good excuse. Trying is hard. Test with another set of headphones. I've got some elsewhere in the house. I think I gave my kids my old headphones. Since this thing has a good gun... Yeah, I kind of missed out on the chat, and I fired too low, but it was a pretty risky or low chance of success shot anyway. Who fired that? SU-122-44? Was he pre-aimed? That was a nice shot. Alright, we've got this big blister on top of the turret. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Isolate the problem. Right. There could be someone down there ready to shoot at us. Let's take a peek. No one's here. We have this whole area to ourselves. But I don't want to go down by myself. Am I a big baby? Alright. Gotta do something. I probably so we did catch fire there. Oh, this AT-7 is going to mess us up. And I'm going to try to use the T-29 to block the AT-7. Oh, nope. Too low. So we are doing some blocking. I don't know if I can go through here. Yeah, we went through. But the AT-7 is going to be messing us up pretty badly now. He has more horsepower, so he's backing us up. And we're about ready to reload. And alright, he's done. Wow, I'm kind of stuck. I got to give him my side just to get out of here. I'm a little bit surprised that we survived that. Alright, we are reloaded, so... Ooh. What? Not penetrated. Surprised that didn't go through. I guess I didn't hit it at the right angle. That didn't go through either. That should definitely have gone through. Like that. I did not do 700. That was 340 damage. Okay, so we still got a problem over here. But there's 2 over here. Oh, crap-tastic. If we try to... Let's heal our commander. If we try to engage to the left, we're going to get shot from the right. Probably. Alright, there's the IS-6. Ah, what was I telling you?
We're trying to cover for him.
Oh, that's...
Watch out! Retreat!
Retreating is not a bad idea, especially with that IS-6. He's pretty slow, but he doesn't need to be very fast. SU-152 will definitely have the advantage here, and I am so low health that what I'd like to do is cross back that way, but I can't. I think the light tank has the right idea here. Oh, wow. I barely made it. And... no. I probably should have... oh, the Scorpion!
Bail out. This vehicle
Probably should have held my shot. Just hang back. Just hang in the back, T-103. It's not like you have impenetrable turret armor. So we did 2,000 damage there. Yeah, I'm surprised. Well, it was a T-29, right? Yeah, so... and this is a fairly new tank, so if he was trying to shoot us in the turret, then that wasn't going to work out for him. If he wasn't going for our weak spots... yeah, he was in for a bad time. And by trying to use his tank to block the AT, that worked out way better than I thought it would. I think the AT was trying to play it too safe. He should have just gone wide and turned. Or maybe he was worried about another tank that I wasn't aware of. I'm not sure how long it took that light tank to join me. Anyway, how far? Let's see. So we're down 3 versus 6. They also have about 50% more health than we do. And we're spread out. Oh my goodness. And from reading, I like that camo. And from reading the chat, I don't think the T-103 is competent. Did he just die? He just died. So we're not going to be able to watch his gameplay. Ooh, goodness! He seems pretty good. He probably would have been better off just running, but he tried to turn and fight, and then he didn't engage. So I don't know if he changed his mind. Gonna try to get the ambush on the Pz.Kpfw. Someone's saying that was pure talent and we just don't see the genius of it. He's going to have to re-engage. Or... oh, and I can hear the 46 coming in. That's what it sounded... yeah, there he is. I was going to say it sounded like it anyway. And... oh, he's got the 3-round clip, yeah. Skoda should have taken out that IS-6. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I wasn't paying enough attention to the map, but the Skoda is a superior tank to the IS-6. Pz.Kpfw at full health. If I had that pretty camouflage, I might want to do the same thing. Oh, he's very low on health. He's trying to get that reload going. He can take out the 46, but then he's got these other two to worry about, and... ooh, he fired. He's got a long reload. Oh, how did he bounce that? He's trying to maximize it. I think he was trying to get his full reload so that he'd have the better rate of fire. Yeah, I mean, it was good play. He did that well, but better than me. Let's do at least one more. Where are we at on time? 15 minutes to 6 hours. Team-wise, wow, we got second position? That makes me think my team was not that good. But it could just be that their team was really good. They had 3 with over 2,000. Yeah, I think they had a few key players that made a big difference. And our key players, unfortunately, I was one of them. Okay, what are we going to do? Wow, everybody's tier 8. Half of the team is tier 8. Or half the team is heavy tanks. That's what I'm trying to say. They've got 7501, Skoda, or TNH, another Yo tank, Luva IS-5, 2703s, and a 50 TP. I don't know what to do. I'm going to pull forward. The more collisions you see at the beginning of the game, the worse your chances are for winning. In my experience, what is this AMX doing? Alright, he is going to go over there, so I'll go over here. I think I'm too tall to hide behind this bush. Yes, hold still, please. Oh, it's a good feeling. And that Hawk 30 was going to run. He's not going to now. And then can we hit this G-Soar? He's behind the rock. And he's behind a hard place. I don't know if I can pin him. Whoa, not with a shot like that. But I don't think I was spotted. I should probably knock this tree down. A little late to worry about that. What? Have you done this before? You gonna pull right in front of me? That's fine. Oh, what do we got here? I aimed a little low, but at least I aimed. Okay, he's pretty much alone over there. We're gonna get flanked on that side. He's got cover. As does... Oh! Opportunity. Knocking. I don't think it's going to make much of a difference to the game. We don't have anyone spotting the middle. If that AMX fires, the ELC is probably going to see him. I'm going to flex this way. Progetto's already bugging out. SCM-50 will use his superior armor to overcome the incoming horde. I was assuming that there's no one I can shoot at. Yeah, we're gonna die. Surprised I wasn't spotted there. Oh, almost had a shot. I definitely had a shot there. Lower hull. And anyone that knows my weak point, like maybe that guy. Yeah, he got us right there. Side of the cupola. I didn't even... Okay, he has good concealment. He might be on the other side of the valley. Is he climbing the hill? I spotted someone? Uh-oh, what's happening over here? I think I can get under that track. Nope. Shot way too high. So... Oh my goodness! Lucky break. Not lucky enough because these guys are going to kill me in short order. And he's got that double barrel. And the FE-4202, who played well. He kept himself concealed. He was getting good shots. Admiration, sir. That was short enough, and I think this... I don't know if the game is going to be short enough. This might get drawn out a little bit. They're probably going to be able to reset their cap if we cap. We don't have anyone in position to reset our cap. So we're going to lose. Unless the Scorpion gets really lucky and then loops back, does some resets. But they have tank advantage, they have health advantage, they have positional advantage. They only have one on our base, so if we got 3 on, or if we don't get a reset, we could get this. But if they get a reset, or kill one of the cappers, it looks like we got 3 tanks now, so... we might get a win! Lycan has win now. And they don't have anybody in position. Oh, I was about to say they don't have anyone in position to do a reset. Throw the confetti! I do like to win. Flan, welcome! No one on that side. Uh-oh, yeah. I was a little surprised that we won there. I thought that they were going to be able to stop that push and get resets on anybody who tried to reset. Didn't work that way, though. Love it. Greetings, came back from Skills. Oh, cool. He's fun. He's got a lot of personality and obviously skill. So, yeah, I've stopped in on his show a few times, and I don't know, I'm so stingy with my follows. I should follow him, though. I'm going to do it now. He followed me, you know. Not that I'm a big fan of follow for follow. Let's see. Skill for LTU. I'm not even sure how to pronounce that. Skill for LTU. I've heard him say it once. I think he said skill for Altu. Or skill for L2, I think is what he said. That's what he said. Lithuania. Oh, thank you. I was wondering about that accent. I was like, I don't know my Eastern European accents well enough. That could be Kazakhstan for all I know. Or it could be Turkey or Poland even, because... Yeah, I don't think I could tell the difference between a Polish and a Russian accent. Lithuania, though, that makes sense. So this is... Oh, we make good money there, though. 66,000, even though we landed 4 shots. So this tank makes okay money. Oh, but also part of that is we had ammo in the depot. So I think we used up what we had in the depot, and then it charged us for a few shots. But anyway, we're going to do one more game. I know, you just got here. That's how I do it. We're going to do one more game in the Yo tank, and then I think I'm going to wrap it up, barring any good ideas. Polish has a lot of S sounds, and a lot of everything ends with ski. I followed the NASA space game fellow for the Kerbal Space Program. Yeah, King Akira 9001 streams a lot of Kerbal Space Program in Japanese and English, and he also does some 3D printing and sometimes just chatting. And he'll do a live stream when he's setting up stuff for the show. What do I want to do here? Go into town? I should go into town. yeah, I don't expect to do well, but I think my role here is to go into town. Yeah, and King Akira, he was like, he started watching my show early on. I think when I was doing Subnautica the first time. I had a bad mic. He loved my bad microphone because it made it sound like I was underwater. Yeah. I'm glad you like him. He's a nice guy. He used to live in California, but I'm pretty sure his parents are native Japanese. And then he moved to Japan for a variety of reasons, like a year or two ago. Loves Star Trek. And the funny thing is, he suggested to me that I stream Kerbal Space Program. So I checked it out, and it looked like it would be a fun challenge. And so I started streaming Kerbal Space Program. I'm pretty sure I streamed over 600 hours of it. And I think I played almost 1,000. It's hard to tell because my son played some as well. We're not spotted, although I thought I saw some movement right there. That's probably just graphical glitches. I'm going to move in. Oh, or I'm not. Oh, TS5? No. TS5. TS stands for go the other way. Total stop. Are there two of them? Do they have two TS5s? They have two TS5s. He purchased Kerbal Space game for me on Steam. Wow! That's awfully darn nice of him. He's got enough followers now. He might actually be making money from his stream. Not followers, but viewers. Because most of the time I'm in there, he has over 200 viewers. Oh man, yeah, this might not end well. Hey, that guy, that Object 250 something, has got some position. Wow, he's whittling down that. I don't know who's damaging that TS5, but good job. Did not pin. Sadly, my cupola is on the wrong side to do some side scraping. I'm going to switch sides here. And what's my 4502 friend going to do? Ooh, nice reversing. Better player would have made that shot half a second earlier. Is he going to get brave? Come on, bro, get brave. Braver than that. Oh, I was hoping I could catch him just under the lip. So I'm going to forward and back here a little bit. And hopefully I'm no longer spotted, and then I'm going to see if I can get some shots on that Yo tank, or maybe flank him. So he's in full retreat. Let's gang up on this 252. Oh, I missed. Oh, I did land that. Wow. I thought I was going to miss that. Oh, and he's got his gun turned. What are we doing, guys? Are we going in? I'll go. You just watch me go. I'll even track him for you. Oh, where are you going? My friends were looking for you. Are you going to be rude to my friends? Look at that slow turret. How we doing? There's a T-32 over here. Better than I thought we would be doing. We're going to have to start worrying about there are people in the backfield here. Like this one. Ooh, guard. Look at that dispersion. Let's see, I keep crashing on the tutorial. Wow, about your streaming of the game. Yeah, so he wanted me to play it, and then I played it for a while, and then he decided to buy the game, and he got better at it than me. That's not why I quit. I reached a plateau that I didn't I don't know. I just felt like getting past that plateau, overcoming. Oh, maybe. Oh, that guy's going to be hard to pin. He's also going to be a little hard to hit.
Penetration.
I'm almost better off trying to hit him at the back of the turret. Did that guy move? No. Yeah. Oh, transition and slingshots on longer drives out to the outer planets. So he's got cover. There's another guy's... Oh, no. So there's another guy. Are they in the ditch? I think they're in the ditch. They're both in the ditch. So I can control this engagement. Shoot him in the back of the turret where he's weak. And I don't blame that AMX-A. It'd be fun if I could, like, land on this guy. Oh, no more shots at him. That didn't go through. Alright, we're going to double team this guy. Badoom! I was trying to keep him from turning. That'll do something. He had me turn side. Oh, he's going after him because he's a one-hit. Someone else got him. I'm not going to complain. It's an interesting game. We had some good people on our team. We had some things go right. What a way to end a stream. Too late to zoom out. Because who wants to look at this? Actually, that's not a bad... I should have taken a screenshot of that. Oh, so we're wrapping it up. So this tank is... It's performing a little better than I expected. But not much better than I hoped. But, you know, I'm new to it. It's new to me. And, you know, the biggest obstacle is I'm still me. So let's go back to keep crashing on the tutorial. Oh, I thought you meant technical difficulties, like you're having your game crash. No, yeah, the tutorial. I'm not sure which part of the tutorial because there's so much of it. But one of my earlier Instagram photos is my first attempt to land on the Mun, in a tutorial. And, you know, I got everything pretty much right, but I came in too fast laterally. And so when I touched down, I still had too much sideways momentum and the rocket tipped over. Sideways. Oh, yeah. Kerbal Space Program is a game you have to embrace the mistakes and be motivated by them to keep improving. And that's really what happened, is I got to a point where I didn't feel like the investment in time, effort, research, whatever it was going to take to get past the problem that I was having, which was slingshotting and transitions to farther away planets. I just felt like it was going to be more work than play. Let's see. You don't have cute emotes for Prime subscribers. I don't. Do you want to make some? It's something, you know, it's part of the Twitch culture that I haven't embraced. It's like when I go to someone else's channel, the emotes and the things that you can do on their screens, and those are things that don't appeal to me on other people's channels. So I don't understand why people want them on those channels or mine. I'm wrong, because obviously people do want them. People are willing to pay for it. Like King Akira, he's willing to subscribe to someone's channel just so he can have their emotes to use elsewhere. So obviously they have value, even if I don't subjectively comprehend that value. So I should do that. It's just not. It's not. It's not something that I have prioritized at all. So this tank, pretty good. The Caliban, I wish there was something I could do just to show the those specific 5 tanks. The Caliban, it's a troll tank. It's good for laughs, but it's as frustrating as Kerbal Space Program. Super long reload, especially if you fire both rounds. They're unlikely to hit at medium range. They're unlikely to pin unless you got a soft spot, a side or rear target to shoot at. The armor is okay. I bounced quite a few shots off the turret. I don't know how many I might have bounced off the hull, but I expect not too many with 130 frontal hull armor. But if that slanted 250 frontal turret armor, you can bounce some shots. I witnessed that today. Small sample size, but I think I'm going to trust the turret a little bit more than I have. Oh, I keep yapping. The tutorial goes straight up, then drops, but I think I open the parachute and he says, don't touch it. Oh, the guy who's talking to you, Werner? Oh, yeah. That was another thing King Akira liked. I used to do it like the Austrian German accent when I was reading the tutorial of Werner. So that was kind of fun. So if you're using the one that it should be that you set up the automatic deployment, so you go up high enough so that when you start coming back down, it'll activate the automatic, where it does I can't even remember what it's called, where it opens the small chute, and then when you hit a certain atmosphere, it'll open the larger chute. So I don't know why that would be crashing. 75 boxes went pretty well. Probably statistically about as well as it does for anybody. Let me see, get that where I can see it too. So return on investment, 285%. If you look at just the gold that I got out of it, we spent $99.99, and we got exactly $100.12 worth. We got 25,000 gold between the automatic 250 that you get for every box and then the bonus gold that you can get. We hit exactly $100 worth. So basically, if I wanted to buy 100 gold, that was a good decision, or it turned out to be a good decision. It's still gambling. And then everything else was gravy. I'm surprised that we didn't get more credits. And then when we did get credits, we got 500,000, 3 times? 1, 2, 3, 4 times. So that was better than when we bought the 25 boxes earlier. We got all of the low tier tanks. And so we started getting lots of duplicates of those, which turned into more gold as expected. So like I said I don't know if you saw the recorded video that I did, but when you're buying a lot of boxes, you kind of want to see those low tier tanks start showing up more often, because then you're going to get duplicates sooner and you're going to start getting gold instead of tanks. And I'm glad there's only 5 of them. That makes it, for the people that want to spend more money, then that makes it more worthwhile for them, knowing that you're going to get gold after you get these 5 tanks. I did not really like any of them. Let's see, what were they again? The Pz.Kpfw M15, which was the tier 3. It was okay. It had bad dispersion and it was slow, and the armor wasn't that strong. So I'm explaining everything that's wrong with it now. It sounds like crap, but it wasn't too bad. If you were in a platoon and you could go close range and work together on targets, it seems like that's what it would be best at. or if someone else is spotting for you and you've got a long time to aim and you've got good concealment, but still you've got pretty bad dispersion on the tank. So, the M485, it had a good gun, mediocre mobility, mediocre armor, maybe even worse than mediocre armor, but it may be the best of the 5 tanks, the one I would be most likely to play again, but I don't think I'll play it again. The 35R was the tier 2. I think everything was bad about it. I think it had okay penetration. The Matilda, if you like that line of the British tanks, the lower level slow heavy tanks, then you might like the Matilda, but it was not great. The KV1 shielded, you're better off just playing a KV1. You're substantially better off. Better armor, I believe you have better penetration. Yeah, none of these are tanks that I would buy, and I'd be reluctant to buy anything below tier 6 anyway, because you're not going to make that much credits, you're not going to get that good at crew training. You might have fun, but I don't know. If you wanted to start the game with someone else, then having the same premium tanks that you guys can play together in a platoon, that might make it worth getting a low tier premium tank. But so you can learn the ropes and the competition's not too hard, but just overall, no. We got skins for the WZ, that should be 111. 5A, which I actually have that tank, so actually let's go put that on. See what it looks like in the garage. And let's switch to Chinese. And there it is. And oh, I spent so much money on this camouflage. Okay, exterior. And I've got the crew in the 112. And preset styles, Last Dragon. So, all right, that doesn't look right. Okay, let's close that. Not save changes. Oh, I did the wrong thing. Exit without saving, that's what I meant to do. And go back in, and we'll strip off everything first. Remove all, and I think we have to do it for each season. And then we'll apply and exit, and then we'll go back in, and then we'll try the 3D style. And boom, Last Dragon. Ooh, I wonder if that gives the commander the voice of Awkwafina, from the movie. Never mind. All right, so it almost looks more like a decal than a 3D style. Okay, it does change the color of the tank to a darker green. Yeah, I don't like that dark green that much. I guess it works. And then the dragon emblem, I like that. That's nice. So we'll obviously keep it, because if nothing else, it's free camo that can only be used on that tank. So hopefully I can use all the other stuff I took off on other tanks. All right, how long have I been ignoring you? I go on sometimes. Interesting, thanks, but they go away when the sub ends. Oh, that's true. But, I can imagine he would use the emotes for a while and then maybe get bored with him or want to move on to something else, or keep subscribing, just to because I don't know how much money he makes. It seems like he got a pretty good job in IT near Tokyo or in Tokyo, so he might be getting paid bank. They were overworking him for a while there, and that's what and he enjoys his stream. So if he's going to spend money on anything, why not Twitch culture? And his daughter, who I don't think he gets to see that often. Can I? Oh, jeez. Yeah, I'm an idiot. Boom. There we go. Now you can see. And if we look at it in the garage again, so you probably didn't get to see what it looked like before, but it was camouflage, and I had a tiger and a dragon tattoo on it, and I think I might have had the decal for the commander. So it looks pretty good. I kind of wish they had gone with something other than this dark green, but I don't know what. I guess the dark green makes sense. And then it's got some extra features which to tell the difference. It's not like that mouse skin where it's just overblown with add-ons. Oh, you can't actually take it off without putting something else on, since it's a dedicated, it can only be used on this tank. It looks good. I'm not unhappy with it. And one more time, because I don't know if it'll show only a 2% camo bonus, but I think that's just the way camo works for heavy tanks. All right, so we got that, and then bringing this back up again, what am I forgetting to talk about? We also got skins for the Sheridan, which I don't have yet, and the Rinoceronte, which I don't have that yet either, although I'm a little more tempted to grind towards the Rinoceronte. So three 3D styles, 54 days of premium, 3 million credits, 25,000 gold plus the gold from the duplicate tanks, which I think I added up over here at 6750 in gold from low tier tanks. So yeah, you can add that onto the 2531, something like that, or 41. Is that right? No, that's not right. So it'd be like 31. So I'm not sure where this number comes from. I might have put that in wrong. But yeah, and I got my money's worth no matter how you want to calculate it. You could argue we got $128 worth of tanks, but again, most of that, not most, half of that probably came in as gold instead of tanks, since we got so many duplicates. Which again, I'm happy about getting duplicates on the low tier tanks, because when you get gold, although we did get 1,000 twice, you tend to get 250, and I got 250 most of the time. We got 500 a couple times and 1,000 a couple times. I'm happy with that. It's what I expected. It's what I got. So, I feel like I got what I paid for. I got what I expected. The spreadsheet. And again, I forgot to take it down. But there we go. So, calling it a day. It looks good. I like it. And I was also considering, maybe I want to save my money and get something from the Advent store. I think the things that I wanted from the Advent store are gone already. The Scorpion and the SU-130, although in some ways they're the same tank. So why would you get both unless you wanted them as a crew trainer?
Oh, are you still streaming?
Yeah, I'm going to wrap it up pretty soon. What's up?
Oh, I didn't know where this went, so I was gonna ask you.
I don't either. I don't know what that is. Crew trainer, yeah, and then I don't know what else if the Czechoslovakian Tier 8 Heavy comes up, I'll get that. The point I was trying to make was save the money for the Advent calendar or buy boxes, and then I realized, I'll get a bunch of gold from the boxes, and I got enough to buy 3 Tier 8 good tanks. So we're there. And if the Czechoslovakian Heavy comes up, I'll buy that. If that tier 6 French artillery comes up, I'll buy that. It's so troll. It's a it's so unfair when people play that. And then I'm not even sure what else I might get. I was thinking that I might get this 252U before it came out, and then it came out today, and it's just like, I don't know, maybe not. It's got good armor, but it doesn't have preferential matchmaking, so there will be battles where you will just have the bounciest armor in town, and there'll be other matches where, you know, tier 9s and tier 10s are going to bully you. So it's a mixed bag. I don't know what else I might want to get. I got the Progetto already. I think the not Borsig, Barask. I think the Barask was already offered, wasn't it? So that I won't get the opportunity to buy that during the Advent calendar. I don't know. But I've got the gold there for whatever I want to use it for. Crew training. I could buy credits. Wow, I spent like 2 million credits today getting these tanks in shape for battle. Or whatever. I don't know. And I'm glad you were here. It's always more fun when you're here. I like the French TD only for the missions to cover what I lack most. TDs and French, Italian, Swedish. Yeah, and I like the French TD. Yeah, the Canon d'Assault. I play it most of the time. If I have a play session, this usually works its way in. If I've got a damage mission, I'll usually try this first before I, step down to tier 4 or 5. I don't know how often I will go to the T40 to take care of business. If I've got to damage a certain number of tanks. Also if you get a chance to get the tier 7, where is it? The Cockroach E25 it's an OP tank in itself. Run, hide, shoot, high rate of fire, good penetration. So it's a pretty good money maker. But you can't use it in Clan Wars. But you can train a crew, you can make credits, you can do missions. It's worth having. But yeah, I like that French TD as well. The Tech Tree French TDs, not as much. I guess I sold the tier 8 one. I could have sworn that I still had it. I guess I don't. And it's not set for premiums. Nope. Yeah, I had some good games in the tier 8. I haven't had many good games in the tier 9. And I expect it's not going to be competitive at tier 10. It doesn't seem like it's going to be very good at in your face because it's got these weak points on top. The armor itself isn't that great, and so it's better at a hanging back and sniping kind of tank. And if people drive in front of you at the wrong time and you can unload your magazine on them, it's amazing. But people don't make that mistake as often as you'd like them to. All right, what are we going to go out with? Let's go out with probably the Yo, since that's where we finished. Although the Caliban was kind of fun. I didn't play the Tornwagen today. I got that in my first 25 boxes, and I've aired content on that before. So, and I'm sure there will be more, but not today. French. Let's go with premium. Let's go with tier 8, and we should be able to spot this pretty quickly. There's the Tornwagen. Okay, the Yo tank. So, yeah, I put the Arnie camouflage on the Tornwagen. Why not? Seemed appropriate. And this looks kind of like a G.I. Joe. I don't know. Anyway, we're going to wrap it up now. I'm going to go eat and see what my family looks like. 6 o'clock at night. All right, I had fun today. Learned some things. You can watch the replay. I probably will put this on YouTube, even though it's 6 hours. I can't imagine someone wanting to sit through 6 hours of YouTube. The first, basically 2 hours is box opening, if I remember correctly. And we did some analysis along the way. But it was, I could be wrong about that. Yeah, so this will end up on YouTube if you don't want to watch the replay on Twitch. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Too bad. It's always more fun when you're here, so hope to see you next time. Till then, be well and flan, and... am I saying this right, Tufel? Thanks for showing up. Thanks for keeping me company, because it truly is more fun when you're here. And I apologize for all the times I've ignored you. Until next time, be well, and we'll see you then.